probado esta diadema?
Sí, se me escucha bien. Hola, buenos días. ¿Cómo están? Espero que... Hola, buenos días. Bienvenidos. ¿Cómo están? Espero que muy bien. Sobre todo que mantengan la alegría de espíritu, que es tan importante en estos tiempos que corren. Mi nombre es Kiko Taronjí, voy a ser el maestro de ceremonias durante este evento tan especial que me informan que puede ser seguido en Internet, en streaming, a través del canal de YouTube del Ministerio para la Transición Ecológica y también a través de Twitter, ¿no? Twitter también. Bueno, como saben, hoy celebramos un día maravilloso. Se cumplen 30 años de la firma del Protocolo de Madrid, que, como saben, sirvió para proteger internacionalmente el continente antártico. Así que estamos aquí todos reunidos en un día que yo creo que es fabuloso. Si les parece, vamos a dar paso ya a la apertura oficial de este evento conmemorativo que hemos llamado Antártica, presente y futuro. Y lo vamos a hacer a continuación con varias intervenciones. En primer lugar, la del primer ministro de Australia, Mr. Scott Morrison, que espero que tengamos ya a nuestra disposición por videoconferencia. I pass the floor to Mr. Morrison, Prime Minister, whenever you want. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Buenos días a todos. Buenos días de Australia. Estoy encantado de estar con los otros firmantes del acuerdo para celebrar este 30 aniversario del Protocolo de Madrid. Doy la bienvenida a esta iniciativa de conmemorar este día y gracias por invitarme a participar. Esta conferencia reúne a expertos que han hecho tantísimo para proteger ese continente de la Antártida. Es algo que es muy importante. Fue el Sir Douglas Morse quien fue y descubrió y nos relevó este continente y lo llamó el hogar de la tormenta. Claro, tuvo que luchar con ese continente, descubrió su belleza y su poder y compartió su majestuosidad. Y ese continente ha estado presente durante nuestras exploraciones con investigación a nivel mundial y un compromiso de nuestra parte a protegerlo para las generaciones futuras. Asumimos esta responsabilidad con nuestra capacidad en ese territorio. Lo tomamos muy en serio. Y cuando se empezó a hablar de las actividades de minería, pues trabajamos para desarrollar un régimen medioambiental con Francia. Y con ese espíritu, hace 30 años, estos países firmaron el Protocolo de Madrid. Ha sido un acuerdo histórico para proteger la belleza de la Antártida para todos. Y por eso Australia ha sido y sigue siendo un líder en la protección medioambiental y la conservación dentro de la Antártida. El Protocolo de Madrid ha sido la piedra angular para el sistema del Tratado de la Antártida. Sigue siendo un ejemplo de colaboración internacional desde el principio. Para Australia, ese sistema del Tratado de la Antártida es un eje para las normas. Como uno de los primeros 12 países, este tratado, este sistema es una prioridad para Australia, ahora y para el futuro. Estamos muy comprometidos con ese gobierno internacional basado en los principios de la protección medioambiental, la investigación científica y una no militarización. Tenemos un programa científico que es un ejemplo de iniciativa nacional. Estamos invirtiendo y modernizando el programa para que siga ofreciendo una ciencia a nivel mundial y para promover ese sistema del tratado. Aprovechamos de nuestra proximidad al continente para poder trabajar con un nuevo buque rompehielos que va a seguir con nuestra colaboración y la logística. Tenemos unas capacidades remotas para buscar testigos de hielo, el impacto del cambio climático, la pesca ilegal. está todo dentro del compromiso del protocolo. Estamos comprometidos con afrontar estos retos y, además, reduciendo nuestras emisiones ya en un 20% desde el 2005. Y también, según el Acuerdo de París, los compromisos. Es necesario más interés también en la zona marina protegida dentro de la Antártida. Y llamo a todos los países a apoyar esa iniciativa. Estamos trabajando para preservar esta región y otros entornos naturales valiosos. Ese papel de guardián es algo que tomamos muy en serio como firmantes del tratado y por el bien de toda la humanidad. Gracias a la primera ministra de Nueva Zelanda y a España, a los organizadores. Gracias y pido su apoyo a todas estas iniciativas en la Antártida. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you. Gracias. Bueno, a continuación interviene la primera ministra de Nueva Zelanda, Mrs. Jacinda Ardern, que yo espero que también esté ya en directo, en videoconferencia. I pass the floor to Mrs. Jacinda Ardern.
Hola, muchas gracias. Buenos días. G'day and kia ora.
Buenos días.
To everyone today. President Sanchez,
Hola a
Prime Minister
todos.
Morrison, distinguished ministers.
Saludos al primer ministro Morrison, a todos los invitados. Gracias al Gobierno de España por organizar esta importante conferencia para celebrar el 30 aniversario de la firma del Protocolo de Madrid. Tenemos muchas razones que celebrar. Hace 60 años el Tratado Antártico entró en vigor. Esta parte del planeta se decidió que se destinara exclusivamente a propósitos de paz y de ciencia. Un triunfo muy claro de conservación y de la diplomacia internacional. Las diferentes partes del Tratado Antártico reconocieron la importancia de esta región, establecieron diferentes principios de conservación con un enfoque de precaución con respecto a esta región tan única. Estamos aquí para celebrar este aniversario, este 30 aniversario en Madrid, y estamos convencidos al mismo tiempo de la importancia de fortalecer estos principios. Nos hemos comprometido con la protección de la Antártida. Estamos hablando de una reserva natural dedicada a la ciencia. El Protocolo de Madrid es esencial en el sistema del Tratado Antártico. Supone su consideración como ecosistema, su protección de la fauna y de la flora, y reconoce su importancia para el planeta y para el clima del planeta. Me gustaría reconocer el trabajo de los expertos, de los científicos, de los especialistas que ya se comprometieron con este proyecto hace 30 años. Vamos a seguir implementando el protocolo a día de hoy. Reconocemos, por supuesto, el importante trabajo ya realizado. Tenemos que seguir este esfuerzo, tenemos que liderar en este campo utilizando todas las herramientas que tenemos a nuestra disposición para luchar contra la crisis climática y el hecho de que la biodiversidad esté en peligro. Necesitamos todos nuestros esfuerzos diplomáticos para promover y proteger el sistema del Tratado Antártico. Necesitamos un sistema fuerte para respaldar nuestras decisiones, y también tenemos que entender cuáles son las implicaciones de nuestras acciones en todo el planeta. Tenemos que apoyar el trabajo realizado en diferentes áreas de la Antártida, y tenemos que asegurarnos de que el aumento de la actividad humana en la Antártida no aumente la presión sobre esta reserva natural. Tenemos, como he dicho antes, muchas razones para celebrar este aniversario, para al mismo tiempo seguir esforzándonos para garantizar su protección, y me gustaría subrayar que cuentan con el compromiso compromiso sólido y firme por parte de Nueva Zelanda hacia el Tratado Antártico y el protocolo a este tratado. Estamos celebrando este 60 aniversario también y esperamos que dure muchos años más. Si la tierra está bien, si el mar está bien, los pueblos prosperarán. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you, muchas gracias por sus aportaciones. Bueno, a continuación interviene el presidente del Gobierno de España, don Pedro Sánchez, a quien tengo un poco más cerca. Cuando usted quiera.
Buenos días. Muchísimas gracias en primer lugar al primer ministro Morrison y también a la primera ministra Jacinda Ardern, que nos han ayudado a celebrar este 30 aniversario del Protocolo de Madrid. También quisiera agradecer, como han hecho ambos, a todos los líderes de la comunidad científica, de la red de activistas que hace 30 años tuvieron la visión de proteger la Antártida y que hoy, gracias a su trabajo, gracias a su visión, podemos seguir pensando en el presente y en el futuro de la Antártida. Y en segundo lugar, quisiera también felicitar a todos los activistas, a toda la red de científicos, de investigadores que a lo largo de todos estos largos años han cuidado de este tesoro que tiene la humanidad. Vicepresidenta, ministra de Ciencia, ministra también de Defensa, amigos y amigas, hace 60 años, en plena Guerra Fría, diversos estados de la comunidad internacional fueron capaces de acordar. Y lo hicieron para consensuar un régimen político y legal para la Antártida que garantizase el ejercicio pacífico de las actividades humanas sobre el continente. Aquella iniciativa histórica encontró un nuevo impulso en 1991. Entonces, gracias al liderazgo y la visión de algunos líderes políticos, como por ejemplo el primer ministro francés, Michel Rocard, el australiano Bob Hawke y también el español Felipe González, nuestro país, España, acogía la firma del Protocolo del Tratado Antártico para la Protección del Medio Ambiente, comúnmente conocido como el Protocolo de Madrid. Eso supuso guiar a la comunidad antártica hacia un nuevo paradigma, más conservacionista, al incluir la prohibición por un tiempo indefinido de toda actividad relativa a recursos minerales que no estuvieran vinculados con la investigación científica. El protocolo ambiental consagró la Antártida para la paz y también para la ciencia. Y así ha sido desde entonces, reflejando la conciencia internacional de que la adecuada gestión de la Antártida constituye una responsabilidad compartida de todos, instituciones públicas y el conjunto de la sociedad civil. Hoy, otros 30 años después, el mundo se enfrenta de nuevo a enormes transformaciones. Lo sabemos muy bien los que estamos aquí presentes y los que nos siguen por streaming. Es pues el momento de reflexionar sobre los logros del pasado, pero sobre todo y ante todo de pensar cómo queremos avanzar hacia el futuro. Y el primero de estos logros ha sido, sin duda alguna, la consagración de la Antártida como un espacio de explotación y de investigación científica, como hacía referencia al principio de mi intervención. Un proceso de siglos que, en el caso de España, se inicia con la aventura de Gabriel de Castilla, ya por 1603, y que continúa hoy en día con la labor investigadora que realizan las Fuerzas Armadas, querida ministra, en esa base antártica, así como las campañas científicas anuales del buque de investigación oceanográfica Hespérides. También, ministra, enhorabuena por este tipo de acciones que seguimos apoyando, lógicamente, desde el Gobierno de España. Estas expediciones contribuyen no solamente a preservar la biodiversidad única y también delicada, compleja, de la Antártida, también acrecientan nuestros conocimientos sobre una de las realidades a las cuales tenemos que abordar y afrontar con toda la energía, con todo el compromiso, que es el cambio climático, poniendo en evidencia que los fenómenos que vivimos no son hechos locales, sino parte de una gran emergencia planetaria que nos concierne a todos por igual. Un claro ejemplo es el agujero de ozono de la Antártida, que demostró las gravísimas consecuencias que podría traer la desaparición de dicha capa. Así, gracias, por ejemplo, a la investigación en la Antártida, se firmó el conocido como Protocolo de Montreal. La ciencia es hoy, más que nunca, la clave de un futuro mejor. Lo hemos visto muy bien en la pandemia. Y por eso es tan importante garantizar que la Antártida siga siendo un espacio libre y también un espacio cooperativo para el desarrollo de proyectos científicos en un marco que se tiene que construir a través de la mutua confianza y la cooperación internacionales. Y a mí me parece que en este contexto el multilateralismo vuelve a salir reforzado si seguimos esta línea de trabajo. Y ese es precisamente el segundo de los grandes logros alcanzados en este tiempo y que me gustaría compartir con todos ustedes, y es demostrar el valor del derecho internacional. El valor que tiene el derecho internacional para gestionar bien los bienes comunes, tal y como recoge, por ejemplo, el Protocolo de Madrid. Debemos ser muy conscientes del enorme avance que supone basar la gobernanza antártica no en una autoridad central que establezca las normas, pero sí en una asamblea de miembros iguales. La reunión, en consecuencia consultiva del Tratado Antártico, donde se construyen los consensos que guían a las partes en su actividad, a mí me parece que es tiene una extraordinaria importancia. Este virtuoso sistema se enriqueció con la creación de un comité de protección ambiental, cuya presidenta hoy nos acompaña, que dirime todos los asuntos recogidos en los anexos del protocolo y además aprueba normas con fuerza de ley. Es decir, el sistema antártico constituye una forma efectiva de gestión compartida de todo un continente, representando una gran innovación y yo diría también que un ejemplo de inspiración para el conjunto de la comunidad internacional. Todo este sistema, este conjunto de normas y también de experiencias y todo el capital político y de convivencia acumulado a lo largo de estas décadas, a mí me parece que es algo muy importante que celebramos hoy aquí en Madrid. Y al mismo tiempo, llega el momento de afrontar los retos de la Antártida en los próximos años, que podemos resumir en dos graves amenazas. La primera de ellas es la pérdida de una biodiversidad extremadamente rica, diversa, que debemos, lógicamente, proteger. Y, en segundo lugar, algo que tenemos todos en mente y es la emergencia climática. Miren, el aumento de temperatura está produciendo un acusado retroceso glaciar, el colapso completo o parcial de distintas zonas del hielo marino y una mayor precipitación en forma de lluvia en lugar de nieve. Y estos efectos, sumados a las presiones sobre la contaminación, la pesca ilegal, la adificación o las especies exóticas invasoras, lo que están haciendo es alterar dramáticamente los ecosistemas costeros y marinos. Y lo que hacen es acelerar la pérdida de especies marinas y debilitan la resiliencia del Océano Austral. Y una de las medidas más exitosas de conservación de la biodiversidad marina es la designación de áreas marinas protegidas. Estas áreas limitan la actividad humana en el mar, como saben ustedes, mantienen los ecosistemas e incrementan también la resiliencia de nuestros océanos. También juegan un papel importante en la conservación de las poblaciones de especies pesqueras y actualmente solo el 5% del Océano Antártico está protegido. Por lo tanto, en nuestra opinión, establecer nuevas áreas marinas protegidas en sectores como, por ejemplo, la península antártica, el mar de Weddell y el este antártico es crucial para preservar la biodiversidad marina. Y en este sentido, el Gobierno de España, gracias al liderazgo de la vicepresidenta Teresa Rivera, está firmemente comprometido con sus socios europeos y con otros países del Tratado Antártico para que se pueda avanzar en la designación de áreas marinas protegidas en el marco de la Convención para la Conservación de los Recursos Marinos Vivos Antárticos, que se va a celebrar, por cierto, en su reunión anual este mismo mes de octubre. Creo que debemos seguir avanzando por ese camino, que debemos seguir confiando en el robusto marco jurídico del Sistema del Tratado Antártico y en un instrumento fundamental como es el Protocolo de Madrid, que articule medidas de conservación necesarias para asegurar su supervivencia. La Antártida y el Ártico son las bóvedas del planeta bajo las que se integra el clima, los ecosistemas de la Tierra y, por tanto, lo que ocurra en estas regiones extremas influirá en las restantes, por muy alejadas que parezcan unas de otras. Hablamos en definitiva de una única casa que es la nuestra, que es el planeta Tierra. Y como recordé recientemente en mi intervención en la Asamblea General de Naciones Unidas, celebrada hace un poco más de 10 días, la emergencia climática y sus consecuencias es una gran crisis, es la gran crisis de nuestro tiempo. Y por eso tenemos que hacer una transición ecológica y energética. y debemos hacerla de la manera más justa posible, más inclusiva posible, que al mismo tiempo que preserva el planeta no excluya a nadie de las oportunidades que se pueden abrir como consecuencia de esta transición que estamos impulsando. Por eso, mi país, España, va a estar siempre en primera línea de todas aquellas iniciativas que, como esta, contribuyan a garantizar un futuro más sostenible, más resiliente para nuestras sociedades y también para el planeta. Así que es para mí un honor celebrar con todos ustedes este 30 aniversario. Espero que tengan buenas conclusiones de los debates que se vayan a abrir y, de nuevo, bienvenidos a Madrid y gracias por este compromiso.
Qué difícil es esto. Muchas gracias, señor presidente, por su intervención esta mañana. Bueno, el presidente me parece que se tiene que despedir, tiene otras obligaciones, pero en todo caso le agradecemos su presencia esta mañana en un día tan especial para todos. Gracias de corazón. Bueno, como pueden ustedes imaginarse, la firma del Protocolo de Madrid hace ya 30 años, como estamos celebrando, supuso una noticia de dimensión internacional, supuso, por supuesto, una gran expectación, pero también este evento conmemorativo de los 30 años supone una gran expectación, y no solo en el ámbito político, científico, sino yo diría que en todos los ámbitos, en todos los escenarios de una sociedad moderna. Así que, si les parece, vamos a escuchar algunos de los mensajes de todas estas personalidades de todos los campos, de todos los ámbitos, que reflejan sobre todo ánimo, esperanza y un futuro mejor para ese lugar sagrado que todos reconocemos como es el continente antártico. Si les parece, vamos a verlos y a escucharlos.
30 years ago, we had the foresight to act to protect the Antarctic from environmental harm. We must ensure that 30 years from now, we can say the same about the climate crisis. Our future is in our hands.
Once huge ice sheets are collapsing into the sea, releasing millions of tons of trapped greenhouse gases into our atmosphere and leading to shrinking global stocks of krill, an essential food source for whales and seals. We must build international consensus to protect our Earth and its most fragile places, such as Antarctica.
We must build on what was achieved 30 years ago in order to face up to the challenges that now lie ahead. After all, the health of our oceans remains the primary value of all species on Earth.
Avec le protocole de Madrid, un grand pas a été fait pour la protection du continent antarctique, mais nous attendons davantage une protection de l'océan qui l'entoure, la nécessité de mettre des aires marines protégées autour du continent antarctique. La politique, c'est l'art de rendre possible ce qui est nécessaire.
For the past 16 years, I've been swimming in the waters around Antarctica to shine a light about what is happening there and to urge the world to come together to protect this last great wilderness. Now, I care about Antarctica because Antarctica is our neighbour. Wherever you are in the world, you will be impacted by what happens down there.
Protecting the Antarctica continent was a victory for the global commons, with benefits for the whole planet. Expanding this protection at sea would be a gift to humanity, as today we're beginning to understand that we depend on nature more than nature depends on us.
El verano austral de 1984-1985 tuve la fortuna de participar en la campaña antártica del rompehielos argentino Almirante Irízar, junto con Josefina Castellví y Charo Nogueira, y gracias a una invitación conseguida por Antoni Ballester, que lideraba el grupo. Aparte de los aspectos científicos, quedé impresionada por la belleza de los icebergs y de los paisajes helados.
Parte de la actividad científica que España realiza anualmente en el continente blanco se desarrolla en la base antártica española Gabriel de Castilla, gestionada por el Ejército de Tierra. Me ha correspondido liderar la operación militar en el exterior más antigua que realizan nuestras Fuerzas Armadas.
We must protect at least 30% of the global oceans by 2030. Greenpeace has documented glaciers retreating, plastic pollution spreading, and penguin populations crashing. But it's not too late. The world needs action. Leaders who cut emissions and work together to create ocean sanctuaries, off limits to destructive industries, and to give nature a chance to heal.
The Madrid Protocol and Antarctica also represents an ideal. The potential that humanity has to set aside our differences and to come together to solve problems and to build a hopeful and thriving future, not only for ourselves, but also for our children.
Del príncipe Alberto II de Mónaco que vamos a escuchar.
Madam Minister, dear Teresa Ribera, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, the Protocol on Environmental Protection to the Antarctic Treaty is of particular importance to all advocates for planet Earth. Thanks to this document adopted in Madrid 30 years ago, at the initiative of France and Australia, a new vision emerged, one we are celebrating today. A vision which at the time seemed revolutionary, but the wisdom of which we are now aware and whose pioneering nature we must commend. As we face increasingly serious and ever-growing environmental challenges, the Madrid Protocol can be hailed as a model due to its ability to anticipate issues and its aptitude to come up with solutions. It is a model which should inspire us all, from which I would like to focus on three main points. The first is, of course, to have made a very significant part of this planet, all land and ice shelves south of 60 degrees south latitude, a natural reserve. This classification enables us to complement the Washington Treaty, which addressed the protection of the natural environment only extremely vaguely. All the more importantly, for the first time, it focused on an area which was not solely under national jurisdiction. We know that we now need to place an even greater proportion of the natural environment under protected status, especially the marine environment, which is so severely endangered. In order to do so, we need to rekindle the audacity, the intelligence, and the confidence which led to the adoption of the Madrid Protocol. We did so a few years ago within CAMLAR, when we succeeded in making the Ross Sea the world's largest marine protected area. We should do so again today, in particular for three other priority areas in the region: the Antarctic Peninsula, the Weddell Sea, and East Antarctica. The second point from the Madrid Protocol I would like to focus on is an affirmation of the need for global environmental protection. Beyond any ad hoc measures disconnected from each other, which up to now have prevailed. This approach, which confirms the correlation between various environmental issues and requires a coherent response, should also inspire us at a time when alarm bells continue to sound. They concern biodiversity, climate, pollution, and the scarcity of natural resources. Yet they all have one single cause: the predatory and destructive attitude of humanity. Protecting the environment, regardless of the issue we are dealing with, calls for the same responsibility, the same attitude, and same determination to regulate and redirect the human activities which must take precedence. Finally, the Madrid Protocol brought together, based on the same rationale, nature protection, peace, and science. This is an extremely strong philosophical affirmation, to see in science the primary tool to reconcile humankind with nature at the same time as bringing about reconciliation among human beings. However, it is also a political affirmation Today, more than ever before, we need to show our support for scientists faced with the illusions of demagogues and public fear. We need to support, help, and fund scientific research. Our future and the future of our planet depends on this. For all these reasons, I'm delighted that we are celebrating the anniversary of this important document today. I'll be delighted to work with you on the necessary extensions, especially as far as its review in 20 years' time is concerned, something we need to anticipate starting right now. Thank you.
Muchas gracias al príncipe Alberto II de Mónaco por este mensaje. Ahora, para seguir profundizando en el asunto que nos concierne a todos, que no es otro que el de la celebración de este 30 aniversario de la firma del Protocolo de Madrid, tenemos en directo desde su casa de California, a pesar del cambio horario, a la doctora oceanógrafa Sylvia Earle. Sylvia, please, you have the floor.
So, greetings. I'm deeply honored to be asked to speak at the 30th anniversary of the Madrid Protocol and to be among global leaders with expertise in governance of policy, science, and we need all of those things as we deliberate about the future of our relationship with Earth's coldest, highest, driest, windiest, and wildest continent and the surrounding wild ocean. Bravo to those of you gathered in 1991 to commit to the comprehensive protection of the Antarctic environment and associated ecosystems, and bravo to all who've taken seriously the designation of Antarctica as a natural reserve dedicated to peace and science. As chief scientist of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, in the United States in 1990, I had my first glimpse of the white continent and the wild ocean beyond the edge of the ice shelf. I got to meet penguins and krill and those magical fish known as ice fish. A few years before that, I was among those thrilled to witness underwater images filmed by NASA scientists and by a film crew from TV New Zealand, who used remote camera systems that revealed an astonishing, diverse system of life that prospering in that cold, dark water, more than 600 meters under the ice shelf. Not just fish or krill, but jellyfish, sponges, sea stars, sea cucumbers, sea spiders, brachiopods, amphipods, all kinds of pods, a cornucopia of the broad divisions of diverse life comparable to what you might expect to find on a coral reef. More categories of animals than in all terrestrial systems combined. Intrepid divers who first began exploring, I don't mean the penguins and the seals and the whales, I mean human divers, who went under the ice for the first time in Antarctica in 1957, and especially in recent years. They've known about the extraordinary diversity and abundance of life that lives at least half of the year in the dark. And now, thanks to the BBC and the Blue Planet 2 series, people globally are able to see the amazing diversity of life 1,000 meters down, living in the dark all of the time. They have made people aware that krill are not just ingredients for cosmetics or health food or for livestock food or whatever else that krill are used for when they're ground up as products, but as these extraordinary jewel-like creatures capable of producing their own bioluminescent light. They illuminate the darkness with the flash, sparkle, and glow that is the characteristic of many of the creatures in the deep sea. Now we know what was not possible to be known 30 years ago, or for that matter, any time in all preceding history. So, evidence has been building, especially in recent decades, that Earth operates as a tightly coupled biogeochemical system. It's a big word, but it's not too big for this gathering of brilliant people to really assimilate. Biogeochemical, a miracle, unlike anything else in the universe. There's lots of rocks. There's plenty of water elsewhere in the universe. As far as we know, there's nothing like this mostly blue planet with polar regions that really shape much of the way the world functions. Of course, one thing that all life needs is water. And it's another fact that all life forms are carbon-based. Now we know, for example, that Antarctica's immense network of living blue carbon helps safeguard climate globally. Climate scientists tend to follow the carbon in terms of trying to figure out how the systems work and what to do to safeguard what we have and to really protect the system from further damaging change. Well, economists usually follow the money. During the 2020 World Economic Forum in Davos, economists with the International Monetary Fund released a report about the value of whales as carbon-based units in terms of their value relative to capturing and storing carbon. They calculated that whales alive today, just those in the ocean today, have a value of about $1 trillion. It's big T, trillion. So if it works for whales, why not krill? Why not the fish? Why not all of the life in Antarctica? What's it worth to have the living carbon systems doing what they do to capture, sequester, and cycle carbon so that it does not go into the atmosphere, further exacerbating the excess carbon dioxide that we are responsible for putting there. Dead whales, like dead fish and dead krill, have a value as products measured by the ton. But in the 21st century, whales alive and all life, all wildlife, all life, we're carbon-based units too, of course. There are other measures of what they're worth. The IMF study noted that whales, like all animals, digest their food and put nutrients back into the system. In Antarctica, whales and seals and birds and jellyfish and krill cycle nutrients back into the system that in turn flows in deep ocean currents to distant parts of the planet. These ancient rhythms that have shaped Earth to be habitable for humans have taken, hundreds of millions of years to get to where we are. It's taken us in Antarctica only 2 centuries to significantly unravel these ancient systems. Change came rather quickly after the first sighting of the Antarctic continent. Nathaniel Palmer, one of the first Americans to reach the Antarctic continent, made his fortune killing fur seals and exporting their skins to China. So did the famous British sealer, James Weddell. Carl Anton Larsen, a Norwegian, led the first factory whaling ship to Antarctica in 1923, setting off a rush so that by 1930, there were 38 factory ships and 384 catchers. We could, if we wanted to, kill every single whale. We have the capacity to do so, but we stopped when we came to understand that there are other values that we ought to be considering. The 1972 Convention for the Conservation of Antarctic Seals was not established to prohibit killing seals, but rather to say where, how many, and what kind could be taken. The Commission for the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources, CAMLR, was established 10 years later with the understanding that there would be a continued taking of krill, managed, of course, but still looking at these extraordinary creatures as products. Captain James Cook, the leader of the first expedition below the Antarctic Circle, said, "When your mind tries to verify a preconceived notion, you can miss the obvious."
Si tratas de entender las nociones preconcebidas, te puedes olvidar de lo más evidente, de lo más importante. La vida en el océano, la vida marina, que no consideramos tan salvaje, sino que hemos considerado durante mucho tiempo que se podía capturar y vender en el mercado, debería ser obvio que todo esto es fundamental para la paz, para la protección del medio ambiente, de las criaturas y respetar de esta manera otras formas de vida. Cuando pienso en la COVID-19, y cómo es este virus indiferente a los seres humanos. No importa quiénes seamos, cómo seamos, lo buenos que seamos, si somos científicos, expertos, no importa. Simplemente somos un lugar que puede habitar este virus. Y si pensamos en la vida sobre todo marina, y la vida en la Antártida, los peces, las criaturas marinas, el krill, son vulnerables no solo ante lo que hacemos los humanos y las actividades ilegales, la pesca irregular. Tenemos que centrarnos en estas capturas ilegales, no autorizadas. ¿Dónde estamos? ¿Hacia dónde vamos a ir? En 2016, CAMLR ejerció su autoridad, alcanzando así el consenso entre diferentes partes y protegiendo la vida en el mar de Ross Antártico. Pero tenemos que hacer más para poder garantizar la recuperación, para garantizar la salud y el bienestar de un sistema. Diferentes amenazas, como por ejemplo el calentamiento global, el aumento de las temperaturas, la emergencia climática. La Antártida fue en el pasado plenamente protegida porque no era un lugar accesible, pero en 200 años fue un salto inmenso en los tiempos geológicos y esto llevó a cambiar unos sistemas que habían tardado cientos, millones de años en formarse. Viendo las consecuencias de nuestras acciones, nuestra alteración de los ciclos de nutrientes, sistemas, el impacto global de nuestras actividades, no solo con respecto al clima, sino también en otros ámbitos. El 30 aniversario de la firma del Protocolo de Madrid puede ser un momento perfecto para pensar en las consecuencias de qué va a pasar de ahora en adelante, no solo dentro de 30 años o dentro de 10 o en un futuro más lejano. Estamos en un momento crucial, en una encrucijada. Si no lo hacemos bien, las consecuencias serán nefastas. 30% del mar, de la tierra, se tiene que respetar, porque esto es lo que nos mantiene vivos. Nos estamos embarcando ahora en una década de ciencia oceánica por la supervivencia, abordando diferentes ámbitos, una década en la que nos estamos centrando en las consecuencias de la crisis climática. ¿Tenemos realmente esta década ante nosotros? Cuanto antes tomemos acción, cuanto antes hagamos algo, antes recuperaremos la estabilidad. Tendremos un lugar para nosotros de manera sostenible para que nuestra existencia sea posible. Así que tenemos el poder, tenemos la posibilidad de elegir. Todos nosotros tenemos el poder de saber lo que hasta ahora no se sabía. Hace 30 años y dentro de 30 años claramente será demasiado tarde. Ahora es el momento de tomar acción, de actuar. Soy consciente de algunos comentarios escuchados durante mi última visita a la Antártida, una observación que me hicieron, concretamente el presidente de Chile, Sebastián Piñera, explicó que era la primera vez en toda la historia de la humanidad que entendíamos la magnitud del peligro en el que estamos. Es la última vez que tenemos una oportunidad para actuar. Y en cualquier caso, este es el mejor momento para hacerlo. No podemos esperar mucho más. Si esperamos mucho más, perderemos esta oportunidad de hacer lo que es posible. Hay muchas buenas noticias. Sabemos qué es lo que pasa cuando dejamos de matar ballenas. Sabemos mucho más que hace 30 años o que hace 50 años. Tenemos que proteger los sistemas naturales, hacer que la Tierra sea habitable, como si nuestras vidas dependieran de ello. Y también tenemos que pensar que quizá, bueno, ¿quiénes somos como humanos? Humanidad proviene de humano. Es mucho más que poder o no poder extraer una parte de vida de los océanos. Si preguntamos a las ballenas cuántas de ellas se pueden cazar de manera sostenible, si preguntamos al océano cuánto daño podemos hacer a estos sistemas oceánicos que hacen que la Tierra sea habitable, no sé cuál sería la respuesta. Pero estos principios de precaución que se establecieron como la base, la guía del Protocolo de Madrid, es lo que necesitamos aplicar a día de hoy, mucho más que antes, para que dentro de 30 años se mire atrás a este momento y nos digan, enhorabuena, bravo, muchas gracias.
Thank you, Silvia, for your contribution and all the hard work throughout the years. Thank you very much. Gracias, Silvia. Bueno, es verdad que desde que se firmó el Protocolo de Madrid hemos andado un largo recorrido, hemos recorrido una larga senda, hemos hecho muchas cosas, pero es cierto que todavía nos queda mucho por hacer para mantener vivo, inflamado, ¿no?, por así decirlo, el espíritu primigenio de ese Protocolo de Madrid que firmamos hace 30 años. Vamos a continuar con un diálogo de alto nivel. A continuación participa la vicepresidenta tercera del Gobierno de España, ministra para la Transición Ecológica y el Reto Demográfico, doña Teresa Rivera. Bienvenida. Y también lo hace John Kerry, enviado especial del presidente de los Estados Unidos, Joe Biden, para el clima. Teníamos un tercer interviniente, pero no ha podido venir por un pequeño percance, vamos a decirlo así. El comisario europeo de Medio Ambiente, Océanos y Pesca, Virginijus Sinkevicius, al que deseamos, por supuesto, que esté bien. Bueno, en todo caso, excusamos su ausencia. Teresa, cuando usted quiera.
Muchísimas gracias, Kiko, por esta presentación animada y comprometida. Y muchísimas gracias a todos los que estáis aquí esta mañana o a los que estáis conectados a través de las cámaras, a través de las redes, en una jornada que es una jornada de celebración. Avanzar en la protección del medio ambiente, del planeta, es una cuestión que a veces cuesta. La inercia nos lleva a ir explorando, aprovechando los recursos sin pararnos a pensar necesariamente a tiempo qué es lo que estamos haciendo y qué consecuencias tiene. Y el hecho de que a lo largo de la historia haya habido momentos de lucidez, consenso, compromiso que nos hayan permitido poner pie en pared, expresión castellana, a que no sé si se entiende bien en la traducción, pero esperar y reaccionar frente a las consecuencias que se pueden adivinar, frenando aquello que sabemos que genera daño, es enormemente importante. Han sido años en los que hemos disfrutado de algunos avances sustanciales en esa experiencia maravillosa, única, de protección de un espacio remoto, complejo, hostil, como era la Antártida. Y ha sido en gran medida al esfuerzo de muchos, de muchas sensibilidades diferentes. Decía el presidente de Gobierno, y lo decía también la primera ministra Jacinda Ardern o el primer ministro de Australia, lo relevante que ha sido la tarea de investigadores que han podido caracterizar, entender, impulsar el reconocimiento de un espacio único como un emblema de paz, cooperación y ciencia. Antes de iniciar este diálogo con el enviado especial de Clima y antiguo secretario de Estado del Departamento de Estado de Estados Unidos, una persona enormemente comprometida a título personal, pero como lo ha mostrado también profesional a lo largo de los años, con la protección de la vida marina, con la protección del océano, con la protección de la Antártida, en este caso. Me gustaría invitar al escenario a dos personas que traen en mano... Ay, perdón, no se me oye. No, gracias, perdón. A lo mejor no se me ha oído nada. Bueno, que traen en mano un mensaje muy especial. Traen en mano el mensaje de muchos ciudadanos del mundo que han querido sumarse a esta petición para que a través de los mecanismos de gobernanza general, sobre la base del mejor conocimiento, la mayor caracterización, la divulgación por parte de los comunicadores, seamos capaces de alcanzar acuerdos para llegar a más y que la Antártida se convierta en ese espacio sagrado de cooperación, de paz, de investigación y de reservorio de recursos naturales, biodiversidad y termostato del clima. Querida Geneviève, querido Pascal, sé que tenéis algo que contar, tenéis algo que aportar y con mucho gusto estoy aquí para recibirlo.
Oui, oui. Très bien, super. Merci à toi.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Teresa. Muchas gracias. Pascal Lamy and myself are now co-president of Antarctica
y yo
2020.
somos copresidentes de Antártica 2020, que es una coalición de personas de todo el mundo que estamos participando, involucrados en la protección de la Antártida. Hemos escuchado de Silvia Earle, que también es miembro, es una persona impresionante, ya la han visto hoy. También Luis Puy, también se ha visto hoy en la pantalla, nadando en condiciones realmente extremas y
in a certain way founded by José María Figueres,
participó en la fundación, que ha sido el presidente de Costa Rica y ahora es candidato de nuevo a la presidencia de Costa Rica. Seguramente se me olvidan muchas personas extraordinarias. Pero también tenemos muchos ciudadanos en todo el mundo en esta organización. Y lo que hemos entregado a Teresa esta mañana ya es una imagen de unos pingüinos indicando que 1,5 millones de personas de todo el mundo están pidiendo la protección de áreas marinas muy grandes alrededor de la Antártida. Tengo que decir que en esta batalla muchos Estados miembros de la Unión Europea están muy involucrados. Eso incluye a España y tengo que decir también incluye a Teresa. Estoy muy agradecida por lo que están haciendo, por lo que han hecho y por esta maravillosa reunión hoy. Espero que aumente la concienciación de las personas en todo el mundo de lo que está en peligro. El 90% del hielo de la Tierra se encuentra en la Antártida. El 70% de la agua dulce se encuentra. Y el 80% del CO2 se absorbe en las aguas de la Antártida. Lo que llamaba Silvia el carbono azul. Tenemos que proteger la Antártida. La Unión Europea y sus Estados miembros están realmente comprometidos, muy involucrados, pero tenemos que convencer a dos Estados miembros de Cámara, Rusia y China, que tienen que entender que es menos importante la pesca en esas aguas que la protección de estas aguas para nuestro futuro común. Y esto es el mensaje que les transmitimos hoy. Gracias.
Here it is, with 1.5 million signatures. Muchísimas gracias, Pascal, Geneviève. Yo soy optimista con respecto a esta intención, esta voluntad de proteger, de ampliar ese espacio marino protegido. Es verdad que en este rato contábamos con la presencia del comisario Sinkevicius, un hombre profundamente comprometido también con la protección de la Antártida en su cartera como comisario de la Unión Europea, responsable de medio ambiente, océano y pesca. Y, sin embargo, ha tenido la inmensa mala suerte de ayer por la noche tener un pequeño percance, un pequeño accidente que le ha lesionado, le ha roto la pierna. Así que, como bien decía nuestro querido amigo Rémy Parmentier, quizá haciendo uso de esa broma en inglés puede ser un indicio de buena suerte para la Antártida, a pesar de que él sienta enormemente no poder estar aquí. Y a partir de este momento creo que podemos tener conexión con John Kerry. No sé si aparece ya en pantalla. Aquí está. Hello, good morning. So we are about to start.
Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Perfectly well.
I'm delighted to be with you, and I know what it's like to break a leg. I did it as secretary, riding my bike. So I'm very sorry to hear that, and I wish Virginius a very quick recovery.
Espero que Virginius se recupere muy pronto. Sí, todos esperamos que se recupere bien y rápidamente. Estaba diciendo que usted tiene un compromiso con la agenda de los océanos y la vida marina y la Antártida. Se ve en su compromiso y su defensa de la vida natural, sobre todo con una fuerte conexión a la vida marina. Algunas personas plantean si la política medioambiental funciona y marca la diferencia y hasta qué punto se puede proteger el medio ambiente a través de acuerdos internacionales. Pues tú has sido una de las personas con más experiencia en estos temas. Yo creo que ha trabajado mucho para esa agenda bajo la administración de Obama, junto con otra persona que ya no está aquí, que también ha dedicado su trabajo como primer ministro de Chile. Así que, bueno, hemos visto cambios. Las cosas son diferentes ahora que hace 10 años y ahora los gobiernos tienen que dar un paso hacia adelante por el bien común. 30 años después del Protocolo de Madrid al sistema antártico, tenemos que proteger también el océano. Sabemos que estamos hablando de la protección de la biodiversidad más allá de las jurisdicciones nacionales, pero también sabemos que 30 años después del Protocolo de Madrid hay temas que hay que tratar todavía. Mi primera pregunta para usted en esta conversación, en esta sala, este evento lleno de personas involucradas en la defensa de la Antártida, los que trabajan en la investigación y que son científicos, pero también activistas a nivel personal que defienden la Antártida. Tenemos a ministros con un interés común en la protección de la Antártida. Mi primera pregunta sería, ¿cuáles son los retos para la protección de la Antártida este año? ¿Cómo ve el papel de los gobiernos y el papel de su país dentro de esta agenda tan interesante y desafiante? Teresa, muchas gracias por invitarme a estar aquí. Gracias por su liderazgo. El liderazgo de España, pero también el suyo personal. Estoy muy contento de estar aquí para celebrar el 30 aniversario del Protocolo de Madrid. Muchas gracias a Madrid y a España por su liderazgo. He estado en Madrid hace poco para la última COP y tengo muchísimas ganas de trabajar con ustedes en Glasgow dentro de poco. Este aniversario, esta celebración de 30 años, pues merece este evento. No hay que quitarle importancia y hay que celebrarlo. Y el protocolo ha sido un éxito. Todos los países tienen que entender esto. La Antártida es una región única del mundo donde tenemos un ecosistema extraordinario protegido. Uno de los pocos lugares del mundo donde se ha centrado la atención a este nivel y ha sido un modelo durante 30 años, un modelo de colaboración científica y también colaboración política, porque yo recuerdo esa batalla para solucionar el problema del mar de Ross con Rusia, con el presidente Putin involucrado a nivel personal. Y hubo dudas y preguntas, pero pudimos avanzar y conseguimos la área marina protegida más grande del mundo, ese mar de Ross. Queremos ampliarla, por supuesto, ahora para incluir el mar de Weddell y más allá. Y vemos nos encontramos con resistencia de nuevo. Tenemos que trabajar juntos para superar esa resistencia y para entender su valor y crear una zona totalmente protegida. Es incluso más crítico hoy que en el pasado, y esto es porque ahora estamos en un camino muy destructivo. Según el último informe del IEA, estamos en una situación en la que vemos que en lugar del 1,5 grados que todos los científicos que tenemos que conseguir o estar cerca de ese aumento de 1,5 grados, estamos realmente en un camino hacia un aumento del 2,7. Y es desastroso. Cada punto decimal, cada subida de 0,1 grados trae una intensidad mayor de tormentas, deshielo mayor, más sequías, el calentamiento de los océanos, con consecuencias extraordinarias. Hace poco estuve en una de las últimas conferencias sobre los océanos y todos saben que hay 3 desafíos para la viabilidad de los océanos en sí. Primero, la sobrepesca descontrolada, una pesca que se hace sin cuidado, y aunque las Naciones Unidas hayan prohibido estas técnicas, y esto lo hemos hablado hace 15 años, yo y otros políticos, pero algunas personas todavía salen a los océanos y utilizan redes de deriva y tiran una gran parte de esa pesca de los animales que pescan, esa pesca o esa captura incidental que se tira. También tenemos la contaminación de los mares, 500 zonas donde no vive nada porque no hay oxígeno. Como consecuencia de la contaminación, los nitratos que salen como consecuencia del desarrollo humano, sale por los ríos al mar. Y por último tenemos el problema enorme de la acidificación que cambia la química de los océanos. Los biólogos marinos nos dicen que estamos cambiando los océanos de forma más rápida que en millones y millones de años, y lo estamos haciendo nosotros, los seres humanos. Esa acidificación aumenta el nivel de pH de los mares, de los océanos, y eso tiene un gran impacto en la capacidad de los crustáceos a crecer. Sí, bueno, yo he visto estos experimentos. Tenemos almejas en distintos niveles de acidez y podemos ver a simple vista que el tamaño de la almeja es diferente según la acidez del agua. Estamos jugando con el futuro de nuestros océanos de forma muy peligrosa. Hay 3 puntos de inflexión que me ha contado un científico que a lo mejor hemos llegado ya, según este científico, es lo que me dijo con mucho miedo. Son el Ártico, la Antártida y los arrecifes. La Antártida nos ofrece una oportunidad única. Todavía podemos protegerla, podemos coger una parte de los océanos de este planeta y darle una protección especial, porque no necesitamos explotar esa zona. Los humanos sabemos cómo aprovechar, explotar todo lo que hay, toda la tierra y todos los océanos, pero tenemos que proteger la Antártida. Kamala es el esfuerzo conservacionista más importante para proteger la Antártida. Y ahora tenemos que trabajar juntos y ofrecer esta protección. Este plan de 30 años del Protocolo de Madrid, teniendo en cuenta lo que ocurre ahora y el tema del clima, es muy importante ahora. Es el momento oportuno para pensar en las opciones que tenemos. Y estoy muy contento, muy feliz de participar en esta renovación, digamos, del compromiso, porque es esencial para todos nosotros. Es algo crítico. A pesar del hecho de que el Protocolo de Madrid se negociara Durante la Guerra Fría, fuimos capaces de unirnos y crear un modelo para la colaboración científica. Y tenemos que mantener ese espíritu, porque tenemos muchísimo que aprender en la Antártida y tenemos muchísimo que proteger en la Antártida. Yo tuve la suerte y el privilegio de poder ir a la Antártida como secretario de Estado. Y los científicos me dieron un aviso muy duro sobre el manto de hielo en la zona occidental y la fragilidad del ecosistema, el agua caliente que está entrando entrando por debajo del hielo, calentando la zona, reduciendo la estabilidad del hielo en esa zona. Y como seres humanos tenemos que realmente respetar esa zona. Tenemos que maravillarnos ante esta región y tenemos que proteger todos los océanos. Y espero que estemos a la altura de este reto y esta crisis climática. Tenemos que seguir utilizando esa convención para la conservación de los recursos vivos marinos. Tenemos que seguir en el futuro. Gracias, es muy interesante. Y bueno, ha mencionado muchos temas muy interesantes. Tal como ha dicho, hay muchos motivos para trabajar hacia la protección de la Antártida. Ahora, para celebrar este protocolo, hemos organizado 3 mesas de diálogo con ministros, investigadores y distintos activistas con experiencia y con un entendimiento de la zona de la Antártida. Una de las mesas habla del cambio climático, nuestra adaptación y la mitigación del cambio climático. Y también la segunda de recursos naturales y las actividades humanas. Y la tercera mesa de investigación e innovación tecnológica. Y esta tarde tendremos un diálogo muy honesto y muy interesante entre los ministros. Tenemos que hablar para entender mejor por qué tenemos que proteger la Antártida como reservorio y como termostato y entender por qué es clave y cómo podemos proteger esta zona. Y para poder proteger las especies y esa lucha contra la pérdida de biodiversidad, esa lucha contra la acidificación. Vamos a hablar de la tecnología y la innovación, cómo puede ayudar a entender el impacto de lo que estamos haciendo y también para entender la eficacia de las medidas que ponemos en marcha. Ha hecho un comentario muy interesante. Es cierto que podríamos pensar que un acuerdo sobre el sistema antártico durante la Guerra Fría, en unos tiempos muy difíciles para la comunicación, pues fue un hito. Incluso pensando en el Protocolo de Madrid y su adaptación, bueno, hemos visto que tardaron 2 o 3 años en el trabajo de preparación. No tenemos que dar por sentado lo que hemos conseguido con éxito. Hay que mantenerlo, nutrirlo y protegerlo. Tenemos que seguir porque nos enfrentamos a unos riesgos con un gran impacto. Tenemos que dedicar todos nuestros esfuerzos políticos para conseguir acuerdos en este campo. Y es un tema candente en Europa. Los ministros europeos creen que es algo que merece la pena, pero no solo en Europa, también en el continente americano, el sur, también en Centroamérica y Estados Unidos. Los primeros ministros de Nueva Zelanda, de Australia, se han unido aquí en este evento y sabemos que hay muchos países que forman parte del sistema antártico y que quieren seguir en el futuro. Y a lo mejor hay algunos países con dudas sobre lo que significa y lo que implica para el futuro. Mi pregunta para usted es qué opina ahora que tenemos más pruebas, más evidencia. ¿Cómo podemos avanzar? ¿Cómo podemos progresar dentro del contexto del convenio Camlar? ¿Y cuáles son los aspectos de la colaboración más importantes? Si estamos hablando de la ciencia, la naturaleza, los temas medioambientales, pero también en cuanto al gobierno o la gobernanza, porque la Antártida ha tenido un sistema de gobierno bastante diferente. Porque, bueno, ¿le parece que es más difícil ahora que hace unas décadas? ¿Y cuál sería su consejo para ese trabajo común en el futuro? ¿Cómo vamos a poder mejorar la protección de la Antártida y del sistema antártico y sus zonas marinas, las áreas marinas?
Es una excelente pregunta, Teresa. A lo mejor no hay una respuesta sencilla. En el terreno de la diplomacia, obviamente está el derecho a algo. Y también está la cuestión de madurez. Hay que esperar al momento adecuado. Ha habido evidencia de determinados movimientos, las zonas protegidas. De manera reciente, India, la República de China y Ucrania anunciaron su apoyo para adoptar las MPAs propuestas, las áreas marinas protegidas, pero desgraciadamente hay todavía una serie de países que no se han comprometido con el tratado. Yo espero que lo consigamos pronto. Creo que si consiguiéramos el apoyo de China y de Rusia, muchos más seguirían. Y sabiendo que tenemos áreas amplias del océano en el que todavía se puede pescar, creo que sería en interés de toda la humanidad que dejáramos de lado determinadas zonas clave, como por ejemplo el mar de Weddell, la Antártida Occidental, oriental, la península antártica, entre otras. Espero que sea un momento ya maduro, teniendo en cuenta la cuestión de la emergencia climática, esta posibilidad de que ahora ya volvamos a reunirnos, compartir, que haya realmente avances en este sentido. Recientemente se celebró una reunión pre-COP y una compañera, un compañero, que estaba hablando del multilateralismo, de la importancia de tener en cuenta la emergencia climática, como he oído también mencionar a diferentes líderes chinos cuando se refieren a las generaciones futuras y a nuestra obligación y deber de proteger el planeta por ellos. Tengo la esperanza de que en los próximos meses las mayores economías y las grandes potencias del mundo tomen la decisión de trabajar mano a mano para proteger estas regiones, y creo que una vez que se tome esta decisión, los avances se realizarán muy rápido. Parece que existe una lógica clara en este contexto de políticas medioambientales de dejar de lado, reservar determinadas áreas que no puedan ser explotadas por su minería, por sus recursos, frente a la visión de explotarlo todo para que nuestras economías sigan funcionando. Obviamente nuestras economías no serían sostenibles. Nuestras economías no siempre tienen que depender de estos nuevos recursos, sino que se debería poder reciclar, reutilizar, crear unos sistemas económicos más sostenibles. Creo que este futuro estará relacionado con el futuro energético. Creo que rápidamente el mundo está evolucionando hacia ello. Tendremos una mejor salud. No estaremos quemando combustibles, carbón, en las partículas del carbón, todas las emergencias climáticas, la intensidad de las tormentas y de las catástrofes naturales están relacionadas con estas extracciones de minerales. Las inundaciones que afectan a personas, a recursos, a economías, etcétera. Si queremos seguir viviendo en este ciclo de daño, pues prosigamos tal y como venimos haciendo las cosas hasta ahora. Pero si queremos retener las fuerzas y tener un sistema más sostenible, tendremos que tomar las decisiones sabias, adecuadas, y la manera más adecuada de tomar estas decisiones es para que las grandes economías del mundo, Rusia, Estados Unidos, China, India, la Unión Europea, Sudáfrica, Brasil, Australia, Arabia Saudí, Corea del Sur, Japón, entre otras, esos son los países, ellos crean el 80% de las emisiones de este planeta. Así que la mejor manera es para que estas grandes economías mundiales se comprometan a preservar estas áreas clave. Y en ese momento el resto del mundo se unirá a ese esfuerzo y lo celebrará. Así que creo que es el momento adecuado. Es una excelente noticia que España esté ahora celebrando el aniversario de la firma del Protocolo de Madrid. Hay mucha gente que ni siquiera ha oído hablar de este protocolo, ni siquiera sabe que existe. Hay mucha gente que no es consciente de lo que hay en juego. Y recordemos la emoción cuando el presidente Putin decidió apoyarnos con respecto al mar de Ross. Gracias a su colaboración pudimos establecer estas 3 áreas de protección marina. Esto solo ocurre mediante colaboración, así que espero que encontremos esta cooperación. Bueno, es un placer para mí escuchar estos mensajes. Al mismo tiempo nos damos cuenta de lo pequeño que es el mundo y de lo interconectado que está todo. Sería, por supuesto, fantástico celebrar compromisos en Glasgow. Recuerdo que en París la comunidad con respecto al clima y los océanos dejó bien patente que estamos hablando de 2 caras de la misma moneda. El clima es la economía circular. Tenemos que acelerar las negociaciones con respecto a los convenios en materia de biodiversidad o simplemente adoptando estos principios de precaución para poder apoyar determinadas iniciativas esenciales. Mi pregunta, y seguramente esta sería la última, ¿considera usted que junto con este posible acuerdo que alcanzaremos, espero pronto, con respecto al establecimiento también de esta estas zonas marinas protegidas, podemos crear un entorno favorable para alcanzar más acuerdos, no solo a través de negociaciones, sino también con respecto a otros ámbitos, la protección de la biodiversidad más allá de las jurisdicciones nacionales y la capacidad de desarrollar en el océano profundo, del que tan poco sabemos, determinados acuerdos que cumplan el principio de precaución. Teniendo en cuenta su entendimiento de la situación geopolítica y al mismo tiempo la importancia de la naturaleza, ¿cree usted que podemos trabajar de manera conjunta para poder alcanzar al mismo tiempo acuerdos en otros ámbitos, sobre todo en relación también a este continente tan especial, la Antártida? Bueno, realmente sí lo creo, soy optimista por naturaleza, pero creo que soy realista también. No hay ninguna razón por la que no podamos. Esto depende de determinadas personas que tomen la decisión correcta. Estamos ahora buscando alcanzar el objetivo del 30% para el 2030 y la razón de este acuerdo es que hay inmensos beneficios asociados a este acuerdo, no solo en las partes del mundo con el establecimiento de estas áreas protegidas. Los pescadores están pescando más peces, están obteniendo mejores resultados porque se lleva a cabo una gobernanza adecuada. En segundo lugar, los beneficios de la resiliencia climática están asociados a la protección del océano. El océano como contenedor del calor, el 90% del calor acaba en el océano. Necesitamos el océano como mecanismo de almacenamiento de carbono.
I can't tell you what, I wish, I don't think there's any science that yet says very specifically
que exista ninguna ciencia que pueda predecir de manera exacta las consecuencias de la desaparición de especies. Pero si creemos que vivimos en un ecosistema en el que todo está conectado, tenemos que detenernos y pensar, es un ecosistema que funciona de manera específica, de una manera natural, que ha sido creada por la propia Tierra durante millones de años. Hasta de manera reciente ha habido un mantenimiento de 57 grados en todo el planeta y estamos destruyendo este ecosistema. Y ninguno de nosotros tiene la capacidad de afirmar con certeza cuáles son los resultados de este impacto. Pero sí estamos destruyendo los productos alimenticios, la fauna del fondo marino, estamos reduciendo las capacidades de contención del carbono, estamos disminuyendo las reservas alimentarias de las especies marinas, el etcétera. Es que estamos destruyendo este equilibrio. Realmente tenemos que pensar de manera muy cuidadosa en cómo vamos a proteger la biodiversidad y cuál es el significado de esta biodiversidad, cuál es el futuro de los seres humanos en este planeta. En este sentido, Tenemos que entender que deberíamos trabajar de manera diligente alcanzar acuerdos con respecto a la biodiversidad que vayan más allá de las jurisdicciones nacionales. Este es un esfuerzo específico en el que estamos comprometidos y esto tiene que ocurrir rápidamente. ¿Por qué? Bueno, no hacer que esto ocurra. Bueno, pues porque algún actor quiere seguir explotando estos recursos. Pero por el contrario, tenemos que trabajar de manera conjunta. En 7 años se han celebrado numerosos cumbres en torno al océano, 2 en Washington, 1 en Chile. Mi amigo Geraldo lideró ese esfuerzo también en Oslo, en Malta, en Bali, en Indonesia. Y ahora tenemos una cumbre prevista para Palau, que se tuvo que cancelar por el COVID, pero este año en Palau, y seremos co-anfitriones junto con Palau del 17 al 19 de febrero. Espero que la gente recuerde esta fecha de esta cumbre sobre el océano. No es solo posible, sino que es necesario, es imperativo. Y espero que todos entendamos la necesidad de tomar más pasos que vayan más allá del Protocolo de Madrid. Muchas gracias. Me encanta tener la impresión de que las resonancias de este diálogo me lleven a ideas positivas sobre la necesidad de recuperar el equilibrio, la necesidad de que hay mucho en juego, es un desafío al que tenemos que enfrentarnos, no podemos dejarlo de lado, y creo que en este sentido tenemos aquí a muchos expertos en este ámbito, tenemos voluntad política y espero que sea posible alcanzar estos objetivos. Gracias por sus palabras, gracias por su liderazgo, y con esto me despido durante unos días y daré la palabra a continuación al moderador para abrir la primera mesa de diálogo sobre adaptación y mitigación del cambio climático. Muchas gracias.
Incredible and abnormal
68 degrees Fahrenheit.
The Antarctic Peninsula, where the record temperature was recorded, is one of the fastest warming parts of the planet.
The 4 warmest Januaries have all occurred since 2016.
People ask us, well, what's causing these trends? The answer is us.
That's really cool.
There's some rain here,
Yeah, it's frozen rain. Let's go home.
Unfortunately, lately, the last 5-6 years or so, it seems to be like you get more and more precipitation, cloudy weather, and even rain. We're starting to see a lot of rain. It's something very different from 20-30 years ago.
It's been heavy downpours the last couple of days, and what happens when it rains heavily like this is the chicks get really wet. Their feathers and their little down gets all muddy, and it just gets heavy and cold. A lot of the chicks die, so we're here this morning to just kind of check out and see how they're doing. So hopefully they're okay.
When climate change starts to factor in, things become incredibly unstable and things become out of balance very easy.
This planet has evolved over 4 billion years to such precise perfection. But this perfection
is fragile and it can all be undone.
Did you hear that iceberg break?
No.
You guys didn't hear it up there?
No. I heard it crash, but was it big?
Oh, it sounded like the 4th of July for 10 minutes.
The cannon went off.
It took 14 years to create a marine protected area in the Ross Sea. We don't have that much time on the Antarctic Peninsula. It is already under intense pressure.
It doesn't matter where you live on this planet. What happens in Antarctica is going to have a huge effect on our lives. If we lose the polar regions, the planet's going to be a very different and difficult place to live in. Sea levels will rise, currents will shift, coastal populations will be displaced. It's hard for anyone to imagine how different the world would be if this environment fell apart.
Ice is very much like the soil in a garden. Without soil, a garden's not going to grow. And without ice, this ecosystem cannot exist.
I think I'm really lucky, that I get to come and see this. You feel like you're part of something much bigger. There's no place on Earth like Antarctica. It's just so beautiful and so majestic. Nature is running its course here. Everything that needs to be happening is happening, and you don't want that to change.
It's so hard to get here. And yet, less than 100 years ago, even with archaic technology, we still managed to decimate the blue whale population in the Southern Ocean. And decades later, they've still shown basically no sign of recovery in Antarctica.
Antarctica is not a country. It has no government and no native population. The regulations that exist here come from an impressive set of long-standing multinational agreements called the Antarctic Treaty System. This system limits the activities in the ocean, declares the continent a scientific preserve, and dedicates the land to research and peace. Everything done here has to be done by unanimous consent of the members of the treaty system. So it is quite difficult to do direct lasting damage, but at the same time, it is also difficult to put in additional protections. It's truly an incredible accomplishment in international diplomacy, and it is probably the only reason the continent and the surrounding ocean remain relatively pristine today. But unfortunately, this system does not protect everything.
Today we've seen tabular icebergs, cathedral icebergs, and everywhere we've gone we've seen all this brash ice throughout the ocean, and it's actually beautiful to look at. But when you stop and think about where that comes from, the entire Larsen B and sea ice shelves of this entire peninsula are gone. Basically the ice is disappearing, and this is the biggest indicator of a melting Antarctica.
There's nowhere else like Antarctica. Everything, the ice shelves, the whales, the penguins, the krill, this whole ecosystem exists within an extremely delicate balance. And our planet is changing in such dramatic ways that things that happen far away are now impacting this place. And that's why we're here,
It's not just about the photography. We are here to learn and to see things firsthand. But we're also here to understand what the role of humanity is within that delicate balance.
Bueno, con las tres intervenciones anteriores cerramos ya lo que es la apertura oficial de este evento y continuamos con el programa que va a incluir 3 mesas de diálogo con expertos a continuación y luego por la tarde habrá un diálogo ministerial. Lo digo para que se vayan haciendo una idea. A ver, es cierto que cuando hablamos de medio ambiente también necesitamos conocer algunos casos de éxito que nos sirvan para comprender mejor o para ilustrar que todo el esfuerzo y recursos que se invierten en el medio ambiente al final tienen sus frutos en el medio y largo plazo y nunca son en vano. Y un ejemplo muy evidente es que hoy estemos aquí celebrando los 30 años de la firma del Protocolo de Madrid.
After the signing of the Madrid Protocol, to celebrate that signing, we're going to begin with the first roundtable, Adaptation and Mitigation of Climate Change. We have Antonio Quesada, the Secretary of the Spanish Polar Committee, who will be the moderator for this first session, and he will introduce the people accompanying him.
Gracias, Kiko.
Antonio, you have the floor.
And also my deep gratitude to the Vice President Rivera and all her team for making this event to take place 30 years after the signature in Madrid. Moreover, my gratitude also goes to the Committee for Environmental Protection, which chair is here. Thank you, Birgit. And because it is taking care of the Madrid Protocol works. Also, I would like to thank all the signatory countries of the Madrid Protocol, because in a fantastic exercise of auto-responsibility have made possible the achievements in the last 30 years, and we hope that it will last another 30 centuries. My name is Antonio Quesada. I am the COMNAP chair. I am also the secretary of the Spanish Polar Committee, which is a technical unit coordinating the activity of the country in both poles, north and south. We know that these regions in the world are where the climate change is taking effect the fastest. And this is a new challenge for the Madrid Protocol, because when the Madrid Protocol was signed 30 years ago, very few people spoke about climate change. Today, we have advanced exponentially the knowledge about our planet, and we all know that any change that is taken on any latitude in the world will affect all our latitudes. Today, we have a magnificent panel to discuss the topic of this round table, that is adaptation and mitigation of climate change. We have in the discussion panel our friend, Dr. Hans Otto Porner, co-chair of the IPCC Working Group 2, and co-author of the IPCC special report on the ocean and cryosphere and a changing climate. Thank you. Which should be, in fact, one of the readings that everyone interested in climate change should have in purpose, at least. We have also Genevieve Pons. She is the General Director of the Jacques Delors Institute and co-chair of Antarctic 2020. We also have in this panel the participation of Mónica Araya, well-known expert on climate policy, and Carlota Escutia, scientist from the Research Council, CSIC, and at the same time the president of a scientific committee for Antarctic research in Spain, and a very well-known scientist on ice sheet variations. But it's a pleasure to me to introduce Pascal Lamy, who will start with some introductory words. Pascal was the former General Director of the World Trade Organization and President Emeritus of the Jacques Delors Institute, also co-chair of Antarctica 2020 and chair of the European Union Starfish Mission. Last Saturday, Pascal gave us an impressive advances based on his experience on negotiations, and I am very sure that we all will enjoy his speech. Pascal, you have the floor for next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Antonio. Good morning, everybody. We've already heard a lot this morning on the topic of this panel. What we've heard basically is that the ocean matters a lot for climate, and Antarctica matters a lot for the ocean. Hence, Antarctica matters a lot for climate. And I think this is the very simple demonstration which we can do. Scientists on this panel will do it much better than I do, and we've listened to, for instance, Sylvia Earle, who's been making a fantastic case, and we know her. She's a champion of Antarctica 2020, and the way she talks about what she sees when she dives, and the way we feel what she feels, I think, says a lot on top of science. And if we had to sort of, again, summarize the topic as I see it, it's in a way very simple. Antarctica is the mother of the ocean. And a mother needs respect, care, and protection. And this is what I believe we have to try, and this is our horizon after today's celebration. And this horizon is very much about the ocean. In a way, Antarctica and the ocean cannot be dealt separately. They are part of the major hydrosphere, and by hydrosphere I mean ocean, seas, salted water, fresh water, lakes, rivers. This system has to be considered in itself. Of course, it has to start with protection, but not only. We have to move from protection to restoration, because in many places, protection will not reverse the degeneration we are having for the moment. We have to look at how to prevent and eliminate pollution. We have to make sure that we develop a zero carbon economy. We have to fill the very wide remaining gap in science, knowledge, public awareness, and we have to improve our governance system. Now, these 5 to do, which I think is what we have to consider on top of celebrations like today, are the 5 legs of what we in the European Union now call the starfish, 5 directions of action, where the European Union just last week, before today's celebration, decided to embark on a mission, which is a huge program, the purpose of which is to clean, regenerate our European hydrosphere by 2030. This is an enormous challenge. The EU just decided to do it. We have 8 years to get there. There will be roughly 1 billion euros of research money that will be allocated during these 8 years to this program, plus a series of investment, of regulations. And I'm mentioning this because this is what we have to do if we want to be serious about what we are talking today. We cannot, again, look at the ocean without Antarctica, at Antarctica without the ocean, given its importance, and we have to definitely increase our action. What we're doing today, again, which is talking, is a great thing. I believe it's more important to walk the talk, and this is why my sort of wish in finishing this very short introduction is in a way very simple. 1961 was the treaty. 1991 was the protocol. 30 years in between the two. We are in 2021, 30 years between the two, so 30 plus 30. It's time to do it. It's time to do it. We have this 2030, which is 8 years ahead from now. We have to do much more in terms of action during these 8 years than what we've been doing for the last 6 years. Mm-hmm. That's the reality. We have to accelerate. And if 2021 could be not only the celebration of the protocol, but also the implementation of the protocol in getting a CAMLAR decision this year, that yes, we agree to fix this envelope, as Kerry called it, of marine protected areas around the Antarctica, then we would have a chance to reach this 2030, 30% protection commitment. And the reality, friends, I think we have to recognize, and that's my final point, without surrounding the Antarctica with marine protected areas, we have zero chance to get to the 2030, 30% goal. So that's why we now need to move from celebration to action. I mentioned what the EU is going to do because I think it's important that at least one of the major actors has a very serious program to get there. We know we need Russia on board. We know we need China on board. We understand the US are on board, and that's correct. Let's try and get things done as soon as possible with this 2030 horizon mark in our mind. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Pascal. It was very inspiring, and thank you very much for setting the scene. I think that both polar regions, Antarctica and the Arctic, are considered essential sentinels of climate change, just because they are very vulnerable. They change the phase of the water from solid to liquid with a very small movement of temperature, change in temperature. And in fact, both polar regions are the global air conditioning system. We all know nowadays that if this global air conditioning system changes, all the consequences on all the climatic areas will change as well. So it's kind of evident. So, Carlota, this seems an oversimplification, but could you agree with that? Do you think that the scientific community, on the other hand, is doing what they should be doing for making the decision makers to take an action fast and now? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Antonio. I am a marine geologist looking at past climate for training. So the Earth, when we know the past, has experienced many climate states and many different thermostats. The Antarctica has been extremely warm. No ice sheets were in the poles. Palms grew in the continent. And also, colder times have reached the planet with ice sheets extending through many, many continents in the world and lowering sea levels around 120 meters. So the issue is now us and our activities and our energy-hungry economies that are driving these global changes and making huge changes that have been already discussed here today, like ocean warming, ocean acidification, changing of the current systems in our oceans, which is starting to be seen freshening on the oceans. This has not been discussed today, but as the Antarctic ice sheets and the Arctic ice sheets melt, the ocean around Antarctica is becoming fresher, therefore also affecting the ecosystems that are living in these areas. So these changes, of course, have great social and economic problems, and they're of great concern. For us, the scientists, what concerns us a lot is the rate at which these changes are taking place. because, of course, we have been raising temperatures since the 1880 pre-industrial times, but the rate at which these temperatures have been raising the past 40 years is incredible. We have not seen this rate of change in many, many thousands of years in our Earth. Also, the levels of CO2 in the atmosphere, which now are 416 parts per million, we have not seen those in our planet since about 2 million, 3 million years ago. So the rates of change, the planet has changed to one condition to another slowly in hundreds, thousands, 100,000 years, and now these changes are occurring very quickly. And that's why I agree with Pascal and also with John Kerry and also with Sylvia that there is this urgency that we cannot wait the decade of the ocean and the action needs to be taken. The ocean is, as Pascal was saying, extremely linked to the polar areas. And when you look at the IPCC fifth assessment report and also the special report on the oceans and the cryosphere that I'm sure Hans Otto will speak more about, one of the main uncertainties that these reports had about predicting what would be the future of climate was the uncertainty about the evolution of ice sheets in Antarctica. And that also prevented the estimates that for the future of future sea level change. So why Antarctica? And Antarctica, it's this huge cup, and it seems that it's all sitting in a continent, but actually if we were to lift that ice cap, what we would see there is many seaways around Antarctica, many archipelagos. And that means that there is parts of the ice sheet in Antarctica that are resting on land that is below sea level. And that ice sheet, therefore, is very vulnerable to any ocean warming that reaches the coasts of Antarctica. And we can see now, and there are several studies, recent studies, that using satellite imagery, that these warm waters of the ocean that have been warming because of the heat absorption of our excess heat emissions are reaching closer to the continent and are melting these ice sheets and ice shelves. We all have in mind these images that we see in the media of these huge icebergs breaking up from the Antarctic continent. This is a result not only of the atmospheric warming, but also the basal melting that is occurring because these warmer oceans are reaching closer to the coast. You can imagine that as these icebergs float away, now A78, the last one from the Weddell Sea, for example, they disrupt the ecosystems that were in place when the ice shelf was attached to the continent, but also then there is this new biodiversity that comes to colonize the areas that have become ice-free. So there is lots of processes, and another one would be the fresh. 1 minute. Ooh. So the main thing that I want to give you the message is that we need action and protecting these areas. But there's two issues. One is the local. That would be the tourist activities, the scientist activities, the invasive species. Those can be managed through mitigation and conservative measures under the Antarctic Treaty System, for example. But then there's global issues, the acidification, the warming oceans, the ocean currents that may change, the freshening. And these need action at a global policy maker like the Paris Agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carlota. Very clear, very neat. So IPCC very intensive work has produced seminar reports that they are fundamental for most of the policy-making processes. And the previous ones and the new one to come very soon is expected anxiously by many of us. So really, we have the privilege today of having Hans Otto Porner, who is the working group to co-chair and has been working on writing this and coordinating the action of these reports. I would like to take to put attention also in the summaries for decision makers that they do. Those are fantastic, and those are with a very solid background, scientific background, but with a language that everyone can understand. So I would recommend you all to read them. So we have the privilege today to have Hans Otto Porner with us, and he knows everything about IPCC, and I hope he will enlighten a little bit our talk today. So can you tell us your message on decision makers on Antarctica, please, Hans Otto? Do you think, is there any realistic possible mitigation and reaction against climate change impacts on Antarctica or not?
Thank you very much, Carlos, first of all, for the opportunity. And certainly this is a very relevant question that we are all puzzled with, despite our efforts on our IPCC assessment reports, because there is, with respect to some questions asked, deep uncertainty that still needs further scientific effort to reduce. And Antarctica is it seems to be a very special example, but the thoughts I wish to share today, based on personal observations as IPCC co-chairs, try to look at Antarctica in the context of the global systems, because we in the IPCC go across all systems and regions of the planets. And we consider the ocean, as we've emphasized with the special report on ocean cryosphere, and we also consider the issues on land. Now, in this assessment cycle, based on the previous one, we are now in the 6th assessment cycle. We have released 3 special reports. First of all, the special report on 1.5 degrees global warming, which I think was a wake-up call to the world, because it caused the societal mobilization that finally, I think, is a precondition for policymakers to pick up the impetus and to take action. And then the special report on land and the special report on the ocean and cryosphere. So this quite clearly brings you to thinking about the similarities and the differences. And certainly this includes the Antarctic, which combines the cryosphere and the ocean. In fact, with respect to this special report, we covered 85% of the surface of the planet, bringing the Arctic and the Antarctic in their and the ocean in their special links and challenges together. We have unique biodiversity in the Antarctic. We have high productivity. We have rich natural resources which are being exploited. And still, at the same time, we look at that system a little bit as an isolated system. There is this circumantarctic current seemingly protecting it. And there's special fauna. Think, last not least, of the emperor penguin colonies that are currently under discussion with respect to their protection in the Madrid Protocol. And this is sort of looking at it as a special system, but also connecting it to the rest of the world. The question really is, can the Antarctic and how we learn and how we deal with it, can this be an example for how we should actually deal with all of the planet? Because we certainly, in a way, have this view of setting aside a big nature reserve and there's only research being done. Okay, some people exploit the krill stocks and do some fisheries, but that's a small amount. And is this an excuse for us to continue exploiting the rest of the planet? No, it should be the other way around. We should actually say we have the opportunity to plan what we do in the Antarctic and what we do with the Antarctic, and actually develop some general and unifying principles from there in terms of how we look at the rest of the planet. Because we have 3 interdependent crises, and our current efforts in the IPCC are emphasizing this more and more. Our policymakers, when they talk about crisis at the moment, okay, we had the pandemic, that's important, but when they talk about the one long-lasting crisis, they consider climate change. But we, at the same time, and we now have a younger sister organization that is looking at that, we have a biodiversity crisis. We have a highly increased extinction rate already, and there is talk that we move into the 6th mass extinction period due to human activities. And last not least, we should not forget the cause of all of this, and that links to the societal crisis. So we have the climate, the biodiversity, and societal crisis. And in a report that we just released in the mid of this year, the first ever joint activity of IPBES, the Biodiversity Activities and Intergovernmental Panel, and the IPCC, we looked at how these systems are interconnected, and they are. So as a solution, we were saying, whatever you do in one system is going to have an impact on the others. So we have to think this together. We have to move away from just looking at conservation, just looking at the percent area of marine protected areas. That's important, that's a pillar, and very clearly that's something to strive for. But in parallel, we have to develop initiatives to help society to be able to accommodate this, and to make us all aware of the issues. So these 3 crises, they concern both land and ocean as well, with the specialties of the Antarctic to be considered. Just to mention one of them, this place has the biggest reserve of sea level rise available to the planet. It goes into the 50s, the meters of sea level rise we can expect from the Antarctic if we continue with unabated climate change. So climate change mitigation is a precondition. And we now have, I think, the most decisive decade in terms of taking convincing climate action. Until 2030, we have to reach milestone goals, as we've laid out in the 1.5 report, to give us a chance to reach carbon neutrality by mid-century and to keep global warming to 1.5 degrees, which has been sort of the ambitious side of the Paris Agreement, but our report has clearly shown, yes, the ambitious side is essentially the one to go for. There are already significant differences in impacts between 1.5 and 2. Then carbon storage in ecosystems is a very important point, but healthy ecosystems depend on mitigation. We cannot say, oh, let's put all the carbon into ecosystems and that will help us with mitigation. No, it's the other way around. We have to mitigate in order to keep ecosystems healthy, and then they are able to help us with causing and developing a stabilized climate. And there's current activity on investigating the role of blue carbon in the Antarctic. We know already the Antarctic has a big role in the carbon cycle of the planet by bringing CO2 into the oceans. So we have then another challenge that is a worldwide challenge, and that is the biogeographical shifts that we currently see in marine organisms, and that goes across virtually all groups of marine organisms. And the polar areas are kind of at the end of this trend. In the Antarctic, we see some organisms crushing predators, the crustaceans, that are now moving into Antarctic ecosystems. And if they are successful and establishing themselves, and that is a response to global warming, they will change the structure of the benthic ecosystems in a way which is then these ecosystems will disappear. And this will be hidden under the surface of the ocean. And again, is a process we can only control by climate mitigation, and successful climate mitigation. And polar fauna, in the end, has nowhere to go if there is fauna coming in from the lower latitudes, because they are staying, the fauna and flora are staying with, trying to stay with the temperature ranges that they are adapted to. So the polar fauna is being marginalized. This concerns especially the ectotherms, the fauna that is adopting the same temperature as the temperature of their environment. In the IPCC reports, we develop solutions, various approaches that can take us out of this current trend. Cutting back on emissions, everybody talks about it. There are barriers that need to be overcome, starting with the removal of subsidies for fossil fuels, which are still built into our societies. Setting aside protected areas, we've heard about the great goals of protected areas in the Antarctic. Yes, and if we see barriers already for these remote systems, how many barriers are we going to face to reach the 30 to 50% target for all of the planet in the ocean and on land? Sustainable use of natural resources will be an issue, clearly, along the way. Enhanced carbon stores in the ocean and on land. And one important aspect to have, to be able to move forward, we need a governance system that works at international level, that is enabling all the transitions and the big transformation that is ahead of us during this decade that we have already entered. And we need to overcome the siloed thinking for climate, biodiversity, and society. We really need to look at them as connected systems. And with that, I would like to close. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hans Otto. Has been a very clear inspiration system. Your talk has been very, very neat. At this moment, we have crossed the equator of the discussion before the open discussion, and all the audience, both presential and on internet, are welcome to put some questions. So please prepare your very brief questions on the topics that we are discussing now today, and no comments at the moment, only questions. Okay. So now we have the turn of Mónica Araya, who is an expert on transport policy and a specialist on energy. She's an advisor of the COP26 climate champion, and I'm very sure your ideas will complement all this debate. Mónica, what are your thoughts and expectations on the role of Antarctica as an engine for climate action? How could Antarctica be used as a flagship to promote climate action within the society? Thank you.
Gracias, Antonio. Antes de hablar en inglés, quería decirles que soy de Costa Rica y, como siempre, encantada.
The floor in English. I just to say that I come from Costa Rica, and it is a pleasure for me to be in Spain.
I've been thinking a lot about your question because I was in Antarctica for 3 weeks, and I know that most people in this planet will never see Antarctica. So I was there for 3 weeks with 76 women in one ship, so that's also quite unusual, and we survived. One of my fellow travelers is here, Ana Cabré. And when I came back, I had to talk to normal people about the trip, and I had to talk to people who care about climate change, people who don't care about climate change, and people with different levels of anxiety about it. So it's something that I have thought about in terms of how to best tell the story that connects climate, a remote and beautiful place like Antarctica, and how to do that, for example, when you talk to, say, a taxi driver, which is something we should do, because at the end of the day, it's not about talking with people like us, but who understand the dimension of this problem, but with people who are worried with their everyday life. So I have thought about 5 potential plots or potential storylines, and let's see how it goes. So I'll start with the more emotional one, because we are very emotional creatures. And we always try to sound very rational, you know. I am an economist by training, so, you know, give the number, give the data so that people take you seriously, Monica. And I know how to do that, but I don't want to do that right now. I want to start with love, because I actually think that one of the things that we should do when we talk about Antarctica is to shift from loss to love. It's such an indescribable place for a human. I'm very talkative, and yet when I was there, I was speechless. I could not find the words to express how beautiful it was. And when I talked to a lot of the scientists there, like Carlota, or people, you know, who are doing work there, even though they were doing science, hard science, at the end of the day, when you grab lunch with them, what they would talk about was the love they feel for the place. And I think we have to be able to tell a story of Antarctica because it's a place that doesn't belong to any country. And we have to help people to love something that is not linked to your country or your passport. It's not even linked to, you know, it's something you don't own. You know, we have to be able to tell that story of loving that place, even though you may never see it. So I think for certain public, we'll have to be able to tell that story. I also find that there is a second story that was very, very prominent to me when I was there, and especially when we visited the scientific stations. And it's the story, and as you know very well, you know, it's the continent of peace and science. We know that, and it's beautiful. And yet, I think we need to go a step further and tell a deeper and more powerful story of deep and radical collaboration that is happening there. And the reason why I mention this is because if you think about it, when we tell the story of the space right now, it's a very individualistic story, even though there needs to be a lot of collaboration in order to go to space, right? And yet it's been the story of this very wealthy man. You know, it's almost sad that we're telling the story about one individual that wants to go to a place and is the dream of that person because that person has so much money that, you know, you're able to go there. And I find that in Antarctica is completely the opposite. When you go to the stations and you talk to the scientists, it's such a collective story. And I think we need the we, the collective, we who believe in cooperation. And if you look at, for example, the article that the president of Spain, the president of Costa Rica, the prime minister of New Zealand, and several of them put together a few days ago, it's about the fact that they understand that people are asking for more collaboration. And it's very easy to take it for granted. It's very easy to, you know, say, yeah, we need collaboration, so what? Well, the problem is that we are taking it so for granted that even in a place like Costa Rica, where I come from, the debate is becoming so insular that it's very difficult to open up the discussion for how important it will be for us to collaborate. So I think the stories of the scientists that go there and collaborate from different countries that have so many differences in other discussions, for example, trade, or let alone, you know, the climate negotiations, is important. A third one is, and it connects to points that have been made before, is that if you look, for example, at what is going on right now in climate, there is, for the first time, and I was a climate negotiator for Costa Rica, and there was a point where climate was very narrow. So there was climate, biodiversity here, and oceans here. And a lot of my colleagues working on oceans and working on biodiversity were kind of telling me, why are you guys getting all the attention? It's always climate, you know, what about biodiversity, what about the ocean? And I think that it's a good point, because we can't afford to be in silos. And the good news is that, I don't know if you've heard of this High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People, and I find that for the first time the penny is dropping, probably because we're so desperate and we don't have time. So finally there is more effort to bring together climate people, biodiversity people, and ocean people, and with an element of societal imperative. So I think the other point about the coalition is that Costa Rica is working with France and with the UK, bringing together several countries. So that is also about bringing coalitions, and we have to tell the story of the power of coalitions because we know that no individual country can do this. A fourth storyline, and this one is very difficult, and I can tell you this because I'm married to a Norwegian. I don't know if there are Norwegians in the room, so I have spent time in Norway, and what I will say, I know it's difficult for countries that have oil and gas, and I don't mean to be, antagonistic for the sake of it. I actually believe that one of the things that Antarctica is telling us very, very profoundly is that we have to exercise self-restraint. Just because there are oil and gas reserves doesn't mean we have to go for it. And I know this is very difficult in countries that have the resources. And yet, this is the time where we need to normalize the idea that certain resources will have to stay in the ground. And we have to say it quietly so that we have a difficult conversation. And I know that this conversation is taking place in several countries more than others. And the point is that, again, in terms of the coalitions that we have to talk about with the public, there is one that just was born. It's called Beyond Oil and Gas, and it's led by Costa Rica and Denmark, two small countries with big ideas. And it allows us to connect to Antarctica because one of the beautiful and powerful things that Antarctica has done, and when you think about it, is extraordinary, is to have come to a point where society agreed that there are certain things there we're not going to exploit. It's so impressive in 2021 to think about that conversation took place at some point and countries agreed. I don't know how that conversation would go out today, but we have to learn from that. And finally, it is my strong belief that when it comes to people, we'll win when we link a lot of these big topics to everyday life. So one of the things that I remember the most, and I will take to my grave when I die about Antarctica, is the silence. The silence. I've never experienced anything like that, and the reason why I bring it at the end is because I do believe there is something very symbolic about silence in today's world that is so loud, with screams, with aggression. We have forgotten about silence in our conversations, in our everyday life, and for that reason I think a lot about noise. Probably because it annoys me so much, and because I think we have to have a conversation about quality of life. And one of the things I wanted to leave you with, just to bring it down to everyday life, to our mundane life, if you will, is that France did something quite interesting. It has a commission for noise, and it measured the impact of noise on people, on the economy, and it's about 156 billion euros per year. Can you believe it? And it has measured how many people in France, about 9 million people, are seriously struggling with stress, anxiety, even heart problems because of noise. So my landing point for this is that there is something very powerful about the silence of Antarctica that we will need to connect with experiences, with connecting Antarctica with people, and to recover not only the physical silence that we need for a good life, but also the silence we will need to become more focused on the big task we have ahead in this climate decade that will require to bring the best of us. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Monica. I knew that you were going to complement this, starting talking by love and finishing with silence. It is fantastic, to this very technical round table. Okay, now is the turn of Genevieve Pons, the General Director of the Delors Institute and the head some years ago of WWF, and also the champion of the Antarctic 2020 group, and which, among other things, promotes the marine protected areas. So, please tell us, what is the interaction between marine protected areas and climate change?
We already have got the answer with Sylvia. If you have listened to Sylvia Earle, she spoke very well of this interaction.
So I will not try to be as complete as Sylvia, because she has experienced it since, 4 decades, and she knows it very well, and she can speak about every species. I will start with some figures. The importance of ocean. It's more than 70% of our planet, our blue planet. So that's something that we must understand. Southern Ocean is, if I may say so, only 10% of our ocean. However, it represents 20% of the CO2 absorption of our planet. So why is it so much more? Because of the life it contains. Blue carbon sink. Sylvia has very well explained it, and also Mr. Portner on my right. It is a very lively. It's a very lively environment, and it is notably full of these very small shrimps, the krill. And the krill is at the beginning of the food chain. And the krill has a capacity of absorbing CO2 which is absolutely amazing. Scientists estimate that krill is able to absorb 12 billion tons of CO2 per year. So this is a capacity that has to be protected. And through krill, there is the feed for whales, for seals, and many, many more species. So we must protect this capacity of Southern Ocean, Antarctica waters to absorb CO2. So we must protect life. And through protecting life, we will protect biodiversity and we will protect our climate. We have 3 big MPAs in the pipeline. They are proposed, they are supported by most of the 26, almost the totality of the 26 members of CAMLA, except for 2, you know them. These MPAs together represent 4 million square kilometers. And this is absolutely important because if we want MPAs to be efficient, we need them to be vast, we need them to be interconnected, and we need them to come as soon as possible. And so we have this occasion, this unique occasion, to protect 4 million square kilometers of our planet, of our ocean. So let's take it. CAMLA will have its meeting in 2 weeks. What can happen during these 2 weeks to convince the last ones? That's the question. With China, they are hosting the biodiversity COP15. So they must understand that you cannot be taken seriously if from one side you are hosting the biodiversity COP and on the other side you are not giving your green light for protecting these MPAs. With Russia, most people don't know it, but Russia has discovered Antarctica because Mr. von Bellinghausen was not German, but Russian. And Russia has signed, has been one of the first signatories of the Antarctic Treaty. So by that, at a moment of Cold War, Russia has shown its commitment to peace and science. So Russia must be in agreement with this spirit and now show its attachment, its commitment to protecting our common good, our planet. So I hope that the voices of the people which are now gathering in Madrid will be heard in Beijing and Moscow. And I stop here.
Thank you very much, Genevieve. I think that has been a very, very nice speak and putting names in the places. I think this is quite important. So I have been taking notes of all your things, and we have prepared a kind of messages to deliver for the decision-making that the group that we have will meet today, later on. So perhaps the messages that we can think is we need to accelerate action, and we move from celebration to implementation. So this is the first message. Scientists are very much concerned about the fast and really hard changes that they are taking place, but more research would be needed, more investment in research. And we must move away from a siloed approach, and we need governance systems for addressing the global interlinked actions. And well, I think that Monica also implemented an idea about people, involving people in all the system, and I think that's very important. And Genevieve also indicated the names where we should touch on the doors. So I think that these are the main ideas that I have distilled from the conversation. Is anyone on the board that wants to add something to that? This is a time for open discussion. Mm-hmm. We don't have much because we have started later and we have gone a little bit slower. So we only have 10, 12 minutes for more discussion. So any of you, Pascal, would you like to add something?
I mean, I just listened to what you said, and I think it's a fair summary of what we've been saying. As Geneviève Ponce just said, we now have 3 weeks before the next meeting of this commission that decides on the modalities of the environmental protection of the Antarctic. And we know that so far we do not have any positive signal from the two players which we need to decide. John Kerry and Teresa Ribera recall that our coalition, the one I co-lead for the moment with Geneviève Ponce because José María Figueres had to step aside because of an electoral campaign in his home country, Costa Rica. We've had some good news that South Korea, Ukraine, and a few others have joined. So, of course, growing the coalition is very important, but reaching out to the two leaders of Russia and China is extremely important. So, if we focus on this issue, the topic is fishing around the Antarctica. How can we convince? We cannot force them. We need a consensus around this table. How can we convince Russia and China to overcome their sort of domestic problem with their fishing fleet? And that's a political domestic problem. Yeah. Now, how can we convince both of them that doing this will be a big plus for everybody? And the sort of appeal we have to make, and I mean, in this room and on those who follow us digitally, if anybody has a sort of idea of how to hook them into action, and we are giving a lot of thinking about this in our coalition, please come with fresh, new ideas that will help break, for the moment, what remains a wall. We are working on the varieties of streams according to which we believe Mr. Putin and Mr. Xi Jinping could be convinced. We are not there yet. Again, there is such a disproportion between the interest of a number of fishing vessels around the Antarctic and what we heard this morning, and we've heard it and we heard it, about the extreme importance of the ecosystem down there and the absolute necessity to stop degrading them. Normally, there is such a disproportion that action should follow. For the moment, it's not the case. We have to keep trying. Please join us in pushing the way we try to do it. There are a few arguments, and Geneviève gave the Kunming argument, which is a big one. The Antarctica discovery is also one. We have COP26 coming in Glasgow, where this issue of climate ocean will obviously surface. We have the Kunming biodiversity. In the meantime, we have the Ocean Summit, which the French president has decided to hold in between now and spring next year. We have this Palau meeting, which John Kerry mentioned, that normally is ahead of the... So, I mean, we have hooks. We have a sort of roadmap with a number of occasions to push on this. I think what really have to do is keep pushing, keep concentrating, and use all these events where top guns will be around the table to get to what we need to do.
Maybe? Yes. There are two possibilities in your speech. The first one is get it now. Second one is get it next year. And I was struck by the fact that John Kerry seriously considers the possibility that it comes very quickly. He has said so several times. At the same time, he has spoken about cooperation. We have to have a cooperative attitude. But I know that in the United States recently, a fish from Russia has been put on the blacklist because one Russian fishing vessel was overfishing in the waters around Antarctica. So this is and this, I was told, represent $600 million. So this is very important. So maybe this kind of attitude can be considered. This is a very firm attitude, and it can maybe be fruitful. There is another attitude. You know that in the EU, presently, because of the Ukraine crisis, there are sanctions against Russia. There are different voices coming from Russia saying we need money to transform our economy, to finance the transition, the ecological and the energy transition, to shift from a fossil fuel economy to a renewable economy. We need money. So we need green money, we need blue money, we need white money, we need money. So that's another angle to be considered as far as Russia is concerned. And finally, considering China, it seems to me that Kunming is coming a bit before Kamlar. So you cannot advocate for protecting biodiversity in 2 weeks and be the bad guy in the Kamlar the week after. So this for me is something that is rather strong as far as China is concerned, but I would like to add something. Last year, at the UN Assembly, Xi Jinping has committed his country to climate neutrality by 2060. One way to get there is through the absorption capacity of our Earth, of our ocean, and one of the key places to start with that absorption capacity is, of course, Antarctica.
Thank you, Genevieve. I was thinking that perhaps we can have a bipolar perspective here, because the Russians and Chinese are very much interested in the North Sea route. So we perhaps from the Antarctic can promote, facilitate environmental friendly North Sea route in some way. What do you think? Could that be a feedback
sort of
system?
Trade-off.
Yeah, a trade-off, a kind of balance system?
We have to try, and you know that as working on both poles, maybe we can try and make a sort of diplomatic connection between the two. The problem being that how much of a price should we pay on Arctica in order to protect Antarctica? That's a difficult balance to find. But
it's difficult.
Any avenue needs to be explored. It is too important not to try and get all stones on the way have to be turned, and that's, I think, what we should do now, including on what you just suggested, Antonio.
Thank you very much. Any other voice from the panel? Yes, please.
I think what this reflects is actually the inertia that we have in the current system, the barriers in terms of the negotiations that are going on in terms of implementing better solutions for the future. We have similar negotiations going on in the IPCC plenary and wherever in international negotiations. So this is very important and important for short-term action, but at the same time, I think we need international agreement on the principles that should be followed. And I'm not sure whether we are really approaching this. People are talking about the 30%. Some say it should be 50%, and it depends on the area where we are, what we should be going for in terms of protection. The point is that once everybody is on board with those general principles, then it should be easier to find a lever to really overcome these short-term obstacles. That is something, I think these two things need to be promoted in parallel.
Just one more point.
Just 10 seconds because we are out of time.
I don't have much to say about Russia, but I do have to say that at least in the climate negotiations, China was often more worried about what developing countries and the smaller ones had to tell them than the bigger developed countries. So my point is that I think we have to avoid one scenario under which it's only the big countries that get to decide. So my point is engage the smaller ones and find a way of getting islands and others that have really high stakes to talk to China, because at least in climate there were moments where that worked on 1.5.
Well, thank you very much. I'm afraid we have to cut now to stop our dialogue. Thank you very much, because it has been a very enriching dialogue, and I really believe that we all know that we have new challenges coming on very, very soon in next CAMELAR and the CEP meetings, and we hope that everything will run smoothly in those meetings. Thank you very much, and now I hand over to Kiko.
Merci. Merci.
Antarctica has just had its hottest day ever recorded.
Scientists at the World Meteorological Organization described the new record as incredible and abnormal.
68 degrees Fahrenheit.
The Antarctic Peninsula, where the record temperature was recorded, is one of the fastest warming parts of the planet.
The 4 warmest Januaries have all occurred since 2016.
People ask us, well, what's causing these trends? The answer is us.
Really cool. There's some rain here, Yeah, frozen rain. Let's go home.
Unfortunately, lately, the last 5-6 years or so, it seems to be like you get more and more precipitation, cloudy weather, and even rain. We're starting to see a lot of rain. It's something very different from 20-30 years ago.
It's been heavy downpours the last couple of days, and what happens when it rains heavily like this is the chicks get really wet. Their feathers and their little down gets all muddy, and it just gets heavy and cold. A lot of the chicks die, so we're here this morning to just kind of check out and see how they're doing. So hopefully they're okay.
When climate change starts to factor in, things become incredibly unstable and things become out of balance very easy.
This planet has evolved over 4 billion years to such precise perfection. But this perfection is fragile, and it can all be undone.
Did you hear that iceberg break?
No.
You guys didn't hear it up there?
No. I heard it crash, but was it big?
Oh, it sounded like the 4th of July for 10 minutes.
The cannon went off.
It took 14 years to create a marine protected area in the Ross Sea. We don't have that much time on the Antarctic Peninsula. It is already under intense pressure.
It doesn't matter where you live on this planet. What happens in Antarctica is going to have a huge effect on our lives. If we lose the polar regions, the planet's going to be a very different and difficult place to live in. Sea levels will rise, currents will shift, coastal populations will be displaced. It's hard for anyone to imagine how different the world would be if this environment fell apart.
Ice is very much like the soil in a garden. Without soil, a garden's not going to grow. And without ice, this ecosystem cannot exist.
I think I'm really lucky, that I get to come and see this. You feel like you're part of something much bigger.
Ya es la costumbre, me dejo la mascarilla puesta. Thank you to all participants in this first roundtable. Continuamos con la segunda mesa de la mañana, que hemos titulado de forma genérica Recursos naturales y actividades humanas. Va a estar moderada por Albert Lluveras, secretario ejecutivo del Tratado Antártico.
So we have with us the members of the panel. When the Madrid Protocol was signed 30 years ago, one of the main ideas was to preserve the Antarctic area, or protect the Antarctic from mining activities. And back then, technological progress was very clear, and it was possible to think that back then the mining activities that had been practically impossible for many, many years for human beings could become an issue, and so the Madrid Protocol protected the Antarctic against such activities. And this, amongst other things, we are going to see and talk about during the next section. So we have Santiago Cafiero, Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Worship in Argentina. He is going to open up the session with a few words. And I was going to ask you to take your seats, but I see you already have, so I give you the floor. Thank you very much. I belong to the Secretariat for the Antarctic. Oh, sorry, I'm going to speak in English.
It's an organ of the Antarctic Treaty Consultative Meeting. And it's with great pleasure that I accept Vice President Ribeira's kind invitation to be the moderator for this session. As we said before, the Madrid Protocol is a success story, and it's assumed that everyone involved is very proud to be part of the success. Just today, other parties are celebrating the 30th anniversary of signature 30 years ago with the same spirit as we celebrated the 60th anniversary of the entry into force, which took place on June 23rd, 1961. On this year, on June 23rd, 21, during the 43rd consultative meeting hosted by France, the parties to the Antarctic Treaty adopted the Paris Declaration. This was made to reaffirm their commitments to the principles and objectives of the treaty and the Madrid Protocol. It commits governments to safeguard the ecosystems of the region and to work together to mitigate dangerous climate change. Since 1991, when the Madrid Protocol was adopted, the intensity of human presence and activities in Antarctica has increased dramatically. With a projected growth of tourism and non-governmental activities and the environmental impact assessment, impacts associated with growth and diversification of activities. Thus brings a new whole of challenges which are addressed at the Paris Declaration. With these preliminary remarks, before our roundtable discussion, let me give the floor to our keynote speaker, His Excellency Santiago Cafiero, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Worship of Argentina, to give his perspective on the role played by the Madrid Protocol for the protection of Antarctica. Minister, congratulations for your recent appointment as Foreign Minister. Thank you for joining us from Buenos Aires, and the floor is yours for 10 minutes.
Bueno, muchas gracias por la presentación. Es un honor participar hoy.
It's an honor to participate in the celebration of the 30th anniversary of the signing of the Antarctic Protocol. I would like to just highlight how satisfied I feel to be part of this meeting where we all coincide on the importance of this protocol as a central tool for the Antarctic treaty system to protect the environment and the Antarctic ecosystems. In a world, in which we have seen greater interest regarding human activity and access to natural resources in that region. The treaty did not initially consider all of the issues that we have today. It dealt with, in Article 9, it did deal with the preservation and conservation of living resources in the Antarctic. And since it came into force in 1961, measures and conventions were created looking at the protection of flora and fauna, the creation of protected areas, the management of waste, amongst other things. These issues are backed up by the regulations in other agreements and conventions within the system and the Madrid Protocol and its annexes. With regards to conservation, we could also refer to other tools or instruments, such as the Convention on the Protection of Living Marine Resources in Antarctica, and the concern for sustainable fishing in subantarctic areas, the situation of the krill. And back in the 60s, and 70s, these were already being discussed. Consultative meetings of the Antarctic Treaty during the 70s talked about the protection of Antarctic resources and to have scientific research in order to have a definitive policy and approach for the protection of these resources. Argentina has been involved actively in this forum right from the very start. And we could highlight our more recent activities, which include the proposal for a protected marine area for the Antarctic Peninsula. And also, we can see parallelisms and similarities in the negotiation of a regime to regulate the use of marine and mineral resources. We had consultative meetings, special consultative meetings, and fortunately the Convention on Marine Resources was approved in 1988, and this, amongst the main concerns, was the environmental impact of mining activities or the extraction of minerals. And the decision was taken to disagree with the mining convention and instead of this to create an environmental protocol to the Antarctic Protocol. And the provisions banned mining activity, the extraction of mineral resources in the Antarctic continent. Nowadays, another challenge is ahead of us regarding the conservation of this continent. And one of the issues is about mitigating the severe impact of climate change. And we need to work through other multilateral forum as well as the Antarctic Treaty System. And we have to bear in mind the delicate nature of the continent in a time of possible increase in global temperatures. On the other hand, the growth and diversification of human activity in Antarctica, including tourist activities and fishing, these are the subject of intense debate and decisions that must be taken regarding these activities and ensuring that they do not affect the environment. The implementation of the Madrid Protocol regarding activities in Antarctic is not free of challenges, but Argentina has proudly been or responded to these challenges, adapting all of its activities in line with the provisions of these instruments. More recently also, we had to face the challenges of the COVID pandemic, which led us to think and plan how to continue our scientific activities on the continent without putting the people or the native species at risk from this previously unknown virus. Human activities change, and as time goes by, this is true, but also as technological development progresses. We have access to natural resources, and the situation of our environment constantly changes, but all of this is constantly also linked. We have challenges, and the states party to the treaty and the protocol, we maintain these objectives, these principles, and we follow the provisions. We have to have essential tools in order to make sure that we have responsible development of human activity in Antarctica. We are aware that this must be done with our priority being the protection of the environment in this unique and essential continent for biodiversity and for climate phenomena which affect the entire planet. We must all work to develop a harmonious approach to these new challenges. And our commitment must be to continue working in this regard. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much. Now let me introduce our 4 panelists. We have 2 scientists, César Cárdenas, who is a marine biologist and researcher of the Chilean Antarctic Institute, specialized in the study of bentonic marine organisms and sponges, and who worked particularly on the joint proposal by Chile and Argentina to designate a new marine protected area in the surroundings of the Antarctic Peninsula. Then we have Andrés Barbosa from Spain, who is a polar researcher, former coordinator of the National Museum of Natural Science here in Madrid, attached to the Superior Council of Scientific Research, best known as SIC, its acronym in Spanish. We also have 2 environmental advocates, Claire Christian, the Executive Director of ASOC, the Antarctic and Southern Ocean Coalition, which has participated in the Antarctic Treaty for many decades now, and Remy Parmentier of the Varda Group, who has helped the Spanish Ministry for the Ecological Transition and Demographic Challenge to put together today's event. Remy was involved in 1980s and 1990s with the NGO's campaign support of what became the Madrid Protocol. Let's start with the scientist. César, can you please give us in 7 minutes a snapshot of contemporary challenges concerning the conservation of Antarctic living marine resources in the waters surrounding the Antarctic continent, and explain the circumstances that led you and your country to propose, together with Argentina, the designation of an MPA in the peninsula?
Gracias. Did you say 30?
No,
Okay. Well, thank you again, and it's a pleasure to be here. And I'll try to be brief, as mentioned by our chair. Well, CAMELAR is also celebrating this year. We're also celebrating 40 years since CAMELAR came into force in 1982. And from the beginning, CAMELAR became a world leader in conservation and in the way that the exploitation of marine resources was managed under this ecosystem-based and precautionary approach. Even since in the beginning when the environmental protocol came into force, I'm talking about the Annex 5. At that time, in 2002, CAMELAR was already starting their discussions on MPAs. In fact, the MPAs was included in the agenda, and at that time they became working on this issue. And of course, the first main step was the adoption of the South Orkneys Island MPA in 2009, which was a great achievement. And then later on, the process was really successful. And of course, the big news that exploded at that time in 2012, we managed to adopt the Ross Sea region MPA, which was a huge achievement again. And CAMELAR became again a leader in conservation. That was a huge effort, cooperation effort between not only the proponents, but the wider audience, all members involved in CAMELAR. But as we know, and as we hear today, the area is changing, and especially areas such as the Antarctic Peninsula. We've seen a lot of changes influenced by global and local drivers. We know that the atmosphere and ocean temperature is increasing, and this has produced several physical changes that are affecting the environment, the species such as krill, for example, and of course the ecosystem in general. So in that way, despite the successful manner that CAMELAR has been managing the fisheries and conserving the area, as I said, the ecosystem is changing. So, for example, a couple of years ago, CAMELAR agreed to change the way that they are managing the krill fishery. So that was a huge step as well in terms of the the changes of the environment, we needed to find another way to manage the fishery. And of course, as was mentioned in the previous talk, with Argentina, we've been working closely since 2012 to establish an MPA in such a complex area, an area that is really close to the main continent, to South America, and of course it's a key area of logistics, scientific activities, and of course the fishery. We know the fishery has increased their catches last year actually was the record of catches that hasn't been seen since the early 90s, more than 4,000 tons. So at that time in 2012, Chile and Argentina already decided that it was really important to protect this area, not only because of the increased interest in krill, because the area is changing. We've seen different trends in terms of penguin populations. Some of them are increasing, some others are decreasing. And of course, the interest is in the fisheries, it's growing. So that's why we need to not only to improve the way we're managing the fishery, but also implementing marine protected areas. Why is this important? Because as I said at the beginning, CAMLR is based on an ecosystem-based approach. So that's why it's important to have this area that includes general protection zones where no fishing is allowed. And that's a key thing that sometimes in the discussions in CAMLR we forget. We focus on the management of the resources, of krill specifically, but we need to remember that the GPS are important. We know from science coming from other latitudes about the importance of general protection zones to protect, and the benefits for the resources of establishing these kind of areas. But at the same time, because the environment is changing, it's important to establish these kind of areas so then we can understand what are the actual drivers that are influencing these changes. It might not be necessarily influenced by the human activity, the fisheries. Some areas could be more influenced by climate change. So that's why it's important to keep this in mind to establish this kind of areas. So what are we trying to protect? As I said, we're trying to protect different objectives. It's not only about krill and penguins, it's also about rare and unique ecosystems that we're trying to protect, pelagic and benthic processes, and so on. So it's a number of objectives that we are trying to protect, and that's why it's important to establish this and adopt this kind of area, so then organisms can adapt to the changes that are occurring in the area. And of course, we know that they're supposed to further increase in the future. So the Madrid Protocol has shown us the way in terms of cooperation and collaborative work in order to protect the Antarctica. And I think we need to keep this in mind. As I mentioned, we have done a lot of things in this last decades, but we need to move forward and take the whole process one step further and adopt these new areas that are proposed at the moment. Some of them have been discussed since 2015, and we really need to focus on that and in order to have another successful meeting in who knows, 30 years time, when we were celebrating again another big anniversary of the Madrid Protocol. So I think that's one of the key messages, that we really need to remind that the science is there, even though the Antarctic Peninsula is one of the most studied zones in the continent. It's still considered a data poor area. So that's why we need to move forward, adopt those MPAs, and of course remember that we are working under the precautionary approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Cesar. It was an excellent outline of the conservation of Antarctic living marine resources. So let's turn now to Andrés Barbosa, Spain, Polar Research Coordinator and experienced ornithologist. Of course, in the Antarctic region, it's almost impossible to separate human activities and impacts on the landmass from those in the ocean. So, and they are linked by many reasons. I understand you wish to give us your views about conservation on land. Climate change has already been covered in the previous roundtable, so maybe you wish to speak more pressures from tourists, alien species, and any other topic you have identified. It was announced publicly that the Antarctic Treaty Consultative Meeting recalled the commitment for the comprehensive protection of the Antarctic environment and dependent and associated ecosystems, with the designation of the Antarctica as a natural reserve devoted to peace and science. We are now 30 years of the Madrid Protocol, and what's coming up for the next years, as stated in the Paris Declaration, is the commitment by the parties to the protocol, and in particular, there is strong and unequivocal commitment to Articles 6 and 7, which respectively set out principles on cooperation and planning the activities in the Antarctic Treaty area and prohibit any activity related to mineral resources other than scientific research. Considering this, we welcome your presentation under this topical session. Andrés, please. You have 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Albert. Well, I would like to start remarking what has been almost your last words about the prohibition by the Madrid Protocol of the mineral extraction. As all we know, mining is one of the more destructive activities that change the landscape and destroy or alter deeply the terrestrial ecosystem, where in Antarctica lives the organisms like the vegetation, the lichens, the mosses, the 2 species of flowering plants, but also the invertebrates that's living in the soils, the invertebrate bacteria and virus that living also in the soil, but also in the lakes and the water streams that can be found in Antarctica. But also, of course, the place where the marine animals that is connected with the FSR issue is the seals, the penguins, that use this portion of earth, of land, to breed and to mold. So I would like to propose you to imagine what will be the aspect of the Antarctica, or at least some places in Antarctica, if mining is an active activity in Antarctica, how will be the landscape that will be destroyed, and other things, and other alterations of the ecosystem. So imagine for a while on this. So this is my first remark on the importance of the Madrid Protocol to avoid that destruction. So it has been very important in the last 30 years. But of course, it should be very important in the future, and not just in the 2048, but beyond. So I think it's the first things. But there is also another factor more than mineral, the possibility of mineral extraction that challenge the future of the Antarctica. We have been talking about now in this roundtable about human activity. Human pressure is increasing in the last decades because of the visitation of tourists. That not now in the last year because of the COVID-19, but in the previous year there was around 60,000 people visiting Antarctica. Not only the visitors, but also the scientific activity that we have to keep in mind, and we are also impacting the environment, and is one of our interests to reduce the human print as scientists in Antarctica. And this, there is also recent more new activities like sports and also adventures that should be keep attention to how will be the impacts. So the problem is for instance the disturbance of the big colonies of animals that can be found in Antarctica, but also one of the worries is the sorry. is the cumulative impacts that can be seen in the more visited places. So I think it's one of the concerns about the protection of Antarctica. And there is also another factors affecting the conservation of Antarctica linked with the human activity is the introduction of alien species, the invasive species, that is carried without intention, of course, by the people moving into Antarctica, and that can be alter of the ecosystem, not only the terrestrial ecosystem, but also the marine ecosystem, competing with the native species and changing some of the function that can be found in the food webs, etc. Of particular importance of this introduction of alien species is the introduction of pathogenic microorganisms that can be carried by human movement in Antarctica, and that can affect dramatically the populations of the animals that we can find there, the penguins, the seals, because these animals, these species, has not co-evolved with this new disease, this new emerging disease, and therefore an outbreak can affect and can produce mass mortality events that obviously will affect all the ecosystem. Another thing that is also very interesting in the concerns about protection of Antarctica is contamination. Contamination that can be local, again linked with the human activity, but also that can have the origin very far from Antarctica in our countries, in our homes. For our activities, we must think about pesticides, insecticides, that is compounds the persistent pollutants, persistent organic pollutants that has been detected in some quite levels in the Antarctic wildlife, and more recently the present detection of microplastics in the diet of the animals living there, that's the seals and the penguins. So I think the Madrid Protocol has been very, very useful for the protection of Antarctica, but there is also there is also still challenge about the protection that make that the Madrid Protocol should be reinforced or should be more powerful to face these threats that it's coming over Antarctica. And one of it is also the bioprospection that is, I think, all you know that is on the table in the discussion about this aspect, and this is very new for all of us. And I think it's really a new challenge that we will pay attention in the next future. So we celebrate these last 30 years because Madrid Protocols has allowed us to enjoy with this magnificent continent that is Antarctica, but we have really pushed forward to increase the power of this instrument, of this tool for the protection of Antarctica, that in fact is the protection of all over the world. So, thank you.
Thank you, Andres. Excellent. Well, let's move on. Well, may I recall that the Antarctic Treaty Consultative Meeting has a long tradition of working with NGOs, which dates back from around the days when the Madrid Protocol was under negotiations, and their role as invited experts of organizations having scientific or technical insights in Antarctica to assist the meeting in its substantive work is widely welcome. I see among the audience several NGO representatives, in particular Jim Barnes, who founded 1978 ASOC, the Antarctic and Southern Ocean Coalition of NGOs. Together with us on this panel, Claire Christian is currently the Executive Director of ASOC. Thank you for being us. Claire, you've heard two scientists as well as Minister Solar talk about the commitments regarding conservation of Antarctic marine resources and the ban on any activities regarding mineral resources, and also the previous panel on climate change. What are your views as the expert of our NGO coalition? If you would like to share with us, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Albert. ASOC is very proud to be part of the Antarctic Treaty System and to have played a significant role in the creation of the protocol. Today, the Antarctic region is once again facing enormous challenges in the form of climate change, potential biodiversity loss, and increasing human activities, as you've heard. The protocol and also the CAMLR Convention are based on very solid environmental principles, and we believe these can guide an effective response to these challenges. But the emphasis there is on the word can. So despite many statements and proposals for new conservation policies by the Antarctic Treaty parties and CAMLR member nations, in recent years they've agreed very few new measures. One example is Annex 5 of the protocol, which sets out a list of criteria for creating a system of protected areas, primarily on land, but also including coastal regions in the Antarctic. And 30 years later, scientific analysis shows that the protected areas designated so far fall far short of these criteria and objectives under this annex. At CAMLR, CAMLR has designated 2 MPAs, as you've heard, and this is a tremendously important accomplishment, but they committed to creating a whole system of MPAs, and the proposals for additional MPAs have been on the table for many years, but are only being blocked by 1 or 2 countries. And that's very unfortunate because, as we've seen, millions of people around the world support taking action, and most of the countries at CAMLR support these MPAs as well. And additionally, as you've also heard, tourism continues to increase rapidly and is largely underregulated by the ATCM. And something that isn't discussed as much, new scientific infrastructure projects are being proposed in the Antarctic, only one of which would increase the human footprint, the extent of the human footprint on the continent by as much as 40%, just one project. So the protocol has great content, but if it's not implemented properly, it will ultimately fail to protect Antarctica long term. So what we believe is really needed is a renewal of the spirit that led countries to create and adopt the protocol after the failure of CRAMRA, which was the Convention to Regulate Mining. Some of those who work in Antarctic governance may be feeling frustrated with the lack of progress on many of these issues. However, I think it's important to remember that a mining ban also seemed impossible at the time, as many of my ASOC colleagues who were there will know. They were told repeatedly that a mining ban was never going to happen when they started calling for the creation of a World Park Antarctica. And in fact, I was recently looking at our archives, and I read a report from a meeting with the US State Department from before the protocol's time, where the State Department said, a mining ban is not negotiable, just period, it will never happen. And obviously they changed their minds in a very few years later. And that was worth the wait, and it was worth all the effort that campaigners and countries put in to get to that point, because we put a whole continent off limits from damaging exploitation and put aside selfish short-term interests in favor of environmental protection. So I hope that in reflecting on the protocol today, we think of it not as a past accomplishment, but as a living document to guide how we respond to the challenges of the future. The idea of the protocol is that extraordinary places like Antarctica need extraordinary care. It's not enough to just regulate risky activities. Certain activities we have to put off limits because they're not compatible with true environmental protection. And now, of course, we've belatedly realized that the whole planet needs the same kind of care if we are to survive and thrive as a human species. And we can't afford to leave any part of the planet behind. People all over the world are looking for ambitious action on the environment, and in large part, world leaders are not delivering. So the ATCM and CAMLR can change this trend. They can make major contributions to our global environmental rescue effort. And in fact, one thing I want to emphasize is I believe that the greatest days of the ATCM and CAMLR are still ahead of them, not behind them. The Antarctic Treaty System has long served as an example of what you can accomplish with international cooperation, and it's time for them to really demonstrate that kind of leadership again. And through instruments like the protocol, they have all the tools that they need to do it. So my hope today is that while we're celebrating the first 30 years of the protocol, we're also looking to the future and how we can ensure that 30 or 60 years from now, we still we'll have even more to celebrate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire. Very clear. Well, we come to the turn of Remy. I think all the participants at this celebration appreciate your role as independent, non-governmental organization with a scientific and technical interest. Our last speaker also comes from NGO world originally. Rémy Pierre was involved in France in the 80s and 90s in ASOC and Greenpeace Antarctic campaigns. You have since run a large variety of projects, Rémy. You are the secretary of the Because of the Ocean initiative, an ocean and climate change coalition of 39 countries, which I know is close to the heart of the next keynote speaker, Minister Alemán from Chile. In a recent thought-provoking essay, Blue Food for Thought, you articulate from your point of view 4 new proposals for protecting the ocean, which look back at the past to draw lessons for the future. What does the 30th anniversary of the Madrid Protocol mean to you?
Thank you, gracias, Albert. Thank you very much. Good day to everybody. I'm very glad to be here. When a couple of weeks ago, Greenpeace marked its 50th anniversary, I was interviewed by a few journalists from France who were asking me what, in my view, had been the highlights of the organization's history in its 50 years. And inevitably, the Madrid Protocol was very, very high on my list. And I'm really grateful to the Spanish government and Teresa Ribera for rescuing today our collective memory of this landmark event. With the adoption of the Madrid Protocol 30 years ago, our governments were able to take a bold step for the common good at a time when the perception of the global environmental and climate crisis was nevertheless not so immediate. Today, with environmental and climate insecurity at our doorstep, governments and civil society must do it again together. I think we can say that today there is a clamor urging CAMLAR to endorse the proposals to create 3 new marine protected areas in Antarctica. But I have a problem with that obscure acronym CAMLAR. And listening to all the speakers, it was reminding me the days when we were preparing the Rio Earth Summit in 1992. For 2 years, we were having preparatory meetings for what we were calling, and everybody was calling, UNCED, the UN Conference on Environment and Development. Where are you going to UNCED? How do you want my mother-in-law to understand what I'm doing if I say I'm going to UNCED? And the same, the poor lay persons, if we tell them we're going to CAMLAR, they can't understand. I think we should give it a name that is more sexy. For example, the Antarctic Life Summit, something like that, so that people can understand to increase the momentum. The 30 by 30 MPA campaign, of which Spain's Teresa Ribera is a real champion, is also relevant today. Because as we see in the Antarctic Convergence, there is only one ocean on our planet. And John Kerry earlier today alluded to the consensus that is building for the so-called 30 by 30 campaign, 30% of the ocean protected by 2030. But it is important, in my opinion, to stay ahead of the curve. And so coincidentally, you made a brief reference to it, Albert. an updated version, it's a total coincidence, but an updated version in English, Spanish, and even Catalan of my Blue Food for Thought essay was just published last week by the journal IDE from Barcelona. And in it, I propose to make ocean protection the rule rather than the exception, to reverse the burden of proof through the designation of what I call marine exploitable areas, so that those wanting to exploit the ocean have to prove that it is safe, instead of those of us wanting to protect the ocean having to prove that it is feasible during endless conversations. This would be a way to make environmental impact assessments more effective, such as those that are envisaged in the draft UN agreement on biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, the BBNJ agreement, to which also John Kerry alluded this morning. There is also an obvious similitude between the tension that we faced in 1998-1991 with the Wellington Convention, which would have opened Antarctica to minerals exploitation, and which the Madrid Protocol ruled out, and the current draft mining code now under consideration at the UN International Seabed Authority. Teresa Ribera, in her talk this morning, alluded to it. She said we need a mining code. Well, maybe what she meant is we need a moratorium. Actually, Spain, at the World Conservation Congress of the IUCN last month, Spain voted in favor of a resolution which we should all welcome, a resolution that calls for a moratorium on deep sea mining. And this issue of deep sea mining is clearly mirrors what happened 30 years ago with the campaign leading to the Madrid Protocol. So my message is stay ahead of the curve. I hope that the story of the Antarctica project 30 years ago with Sir Peter Scott, Jacques-Yves Cousteau, Michel Rocard, Bob Hockey, Greenpeace, WWF, and many others can inspire you to be bold, ambitious, and audacious. Some of us are still alive. You've mentioned Jim Barnes, who founded ASOC in 1978 and who is here with me today. Hi, Jim. We should also pay tribute to former French and Australian ministers for their role. I'm thinking of Brice Lalonde from France, Gareth Evans, and Paul Keating from Australia in particular. And of course, to the Spanish government for creating 30 years ago the right conducive environment during their rotating presidency of the Antarctic Treaty in 1991. So, the environmental movement, I always say, needs success stories. And this was certainly one of the most epic ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Remy. It's always good to start a dialogue on a challenging and thought-provoking note based on the Atlantic Treaty System and its principle, of course. We have a little more than half an hour, I think, for the interactive part of the session. From my notes, here I have some ideas from your views that could be shared with the ministers this afternoon. So my notes have to do with the bold steps for the common good that has to be taken by the stakeholders, as it was done in the last 30 years. Another issue that was mentioned by Cesar is that the marine protected areas, with the science that he mentioned is there, are very useful as environmental in changing to understand the driver of such changes. Also, the Madrid Protocol, as you said, showed us the way in which terms of collaboration are need to move forward to further agreements, adoptions of MPAs and other protected areas. Coming to the new pressures and challenges, I understand that the Antarctic environment and dependent associated ecosystem, the parties and everybody has to remain vigilant to continue to identify and effectively address current and future Antarctic environmental challenges by taking effective and timely action. It was in your views that you proposed that the burden of the proof of the designation of MPAs, so that's a waiting to exploit the ocean have to prove that it's safe. That was some special comment that was addressed by the panel. And of course, the Madrid Protocol must be seen, of course, as a document that has to be well known by all the treaty parties and open to the others that would like to join by adopting it as well as other instruments of the Antarctic Disease System in accordance to their provisions, and they are encouraged to accede to them. So encouraging state parties that are not part of the Antarctic Treaty are committed to its objectives and propose to accede it is something that would be useful to celebrate another success in 30 years. So that's my views, my notes from your presentations during today. So, is that okay? So thank you very much. Do you agree with this? We want to start any comment. Anyone in this podium can ask. We'll be watching the chat room and try to manage questions from the audience online the best we can. Well, thank you. I see none. I don't know if the panelists would like to have some views on these comments or would like to provide some others. I remain neutral as an Antarctic Treaty Secretariat, so I'm not representing neither the TCM or the parties. So I'm just the moderator, but no prejudice with to other views. Do you think these views or notes are acceptable for the consideration in the ministry's session? Will be acceptable? Mm-hmm. Would like to add something? Remy.
Well, I'm just trying to break the ice, which is always a challenge. But and in Antarctica, I have to be careful because we're talking of the melting continent. So break the ice, but with some. If I was a minister, I would. Actually pledge ask civil society to really increase its advocacy for the conservation of Antarctica, and in particular now we're talking of the Southern Ocean. As someone who was involved in the campaign 30 years ago and more. One thing that I think made it possible is that everybody worked together for years. We forgot or we decided to ignore the organizations we belonged to. We actually ran something that was called the Antarctic Project, right, Jim? It was called the Antarctic Project. There was no, everybody owned it, and there was no business of trying to be first. Everybody really worked together, and I'm talking at the beginning of the civil society organizations. We did not use that expression, civil society, so much at the time, but well, the NGOs, and then the governments. And Jim could tell you that at the very beginning, when the first NGO observers came to the Antarctic Treaty, there was a relative, I'll try to be fair, a not extremely warm welcome, because it was a club.
Precautionary?
Sorry?
Precautionary approach?
Yes, precautionary maybe, or it was the club, and the message was don't make waves, right? But we were able to make waves, and the parties to the Antarctic Treaty started to become used to the presence of NGOs, especially gathered through ASOC, the Antarctic and Southern Ocean Coalition, and at the beginning, the observers were observers observing from outside, from the cafeteria, I would say. But time made it that it became integrated into the work of the body, and
that's why they are called invited experts.
Invited experts, exactly. And I think now we have to work again more closely together in order to get it done. The protection of the ocean. Teresa Ribera this morning alluded to it. She said, well, it seems that something is wrong with CAMLAR. I prefer to call it the Antarctic Life Body, right? She said it took 3 years of negotiations, right? Intense negotiations, but 3 years to protect the Antarctic continent. And it's been what, Claire, 7 years that you're at it with the marine protected areas?
Longer than that.
Or more than that. So something is wrong. And maybe it's also a paradox that the environmental movement is facing at the moment. The paradox being that everybody talks of the environment, but because everybody talks about it, there is a lot of background noise. Whereas 30 years, 40 years ago, there was very few voices talking to the environment, and therefore it was maybe, that's the paradox, easier to be heard because the background noise is good, but it's also difficult to get proper messages across. So that's my my views.
Your input, thank you. I think Andres maybe also wish to complement this regarding the issue of the efforts to protect the native flora and fauna, including the introduction of alien species, and to reduce the amount of waste produced, particularly reducing the pollution, and that including the plastic one.
Yes, it's clear that we need, from the science point of view, we need more science to know more about this. For instance, we know now that there is the microplastics is arriving to Antarctica, but we don't know exactly what is the effects of these microplastics is producing in the fauna. So we need more science. We need science that study, investigate the mechanisms behind the processes that we are looking at. And overall, we need long-term program studies that has allowed to have the vision of how the environment has changing in the last decades. So, in terms of protection, of course, protection is based on the best scientific data, and we need, as scientists, to provide this data for policymakers to implement the measures for conservation. In terms of what you have mentioned about the waste production and other kind of things, alien species, we need, again, more science to know how we can avoid the arrival of these alien species, which are the effects of these species. For instance, talking about the pathogenic microorganisms, we barely know which are the native microorganisms that are in the Antarctic fauna, so it's difficult to identify new microorganisms. So again, we need more science, more precise science to have the good data to get the best decisions.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. So, yes, we have a question from Antonio.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Albert. So this is a very good point what you wrote now, but the idea is dangerous. This was the excuse in the last Antarctic Treaty meeting that we had, the last consultative meeting, and it was the excuse of some of the parties that we don't have enough science to stop doing something. So this narrative is dangerous. So I really believe that the scientific community should think about that and should think, when do we have enough or not? Because the policy drivers are taking that seriously. If you see we need more science, we are not doing anything because we don't have the solid ground underneath. So this is something that, in my opinion, this is a comment, not a question, should be taken into consideration. Thank you.
So thank you, Antonio. I agree with you in some part, but I think it's not incompatible what I say and you are saying, because I think we have enough science to make decisions. It's obvious, and this excuse that some parties are using in different arena. I participate in some working group of camelars, and sometimes there is the issue that is arise. But we have enough science to make decisions, but we need more science for new challenges and to have more good science to precise more the decisions we can take. So I think it's not incompatible. We need more science, but I agree with you that we have to send this message that we have enough science to make decisions for sure.
Maybe Claire wants to add something?
Yes, I just wanted to say I totally agree with your comment. I've heard many times at CAMLR and ATCM meetings in recent years, oh, we need more science, what's the best available science? I mean, none of that really matters unless you have the political will to make decisions. Most or a lot of important climate science is done in Antarctica, and the same countries that do that science don't take those lessons, for example, to the climate COPs and put them into practice or put them into their own national responses to climate change. So there's a ton of great science going on in Antarctica. I hope it continues. I hope it increases. I hope governments keep funding levels as they are or increase them, but without the political commitment to get to consensus, because these are consensus-based systems, you're going to keep having a couple of countries slowing down the progress and saying, we need more science, or this isn't the best science, and we really need the leaders to say, no, this is the Antarctic, we're focused on the precautionary approach. There will always be more things to learn, but we know enough now to make precautionary decisions to protect the environment. So yeah, I think science is increasingly becoming a weapon against environmental protection in Antarctica, and I think that's very dangerous.
So thinking 30 years ahead again, or 30 years behind, not sure. What you allude to, Antonio, is really the precautionary principle. And so 30 years next year, it will be 30 years ago that the international community at the Rio Earth Summit in 1992 endorsed by consensus in the Rio Declaration, endorsed the precautionary principle. So whoever tells you there is not enough science, although there are very reasonable doubts, etc., remind them that since 30 years ago, the paradigm is the precautionary principle. And if I may say, the idea behind my paper, Blue Food for Thought, or one of the ideas in the paper, is about reversing the burden of proof. And so it's very much the precautionary principle in action. And it is saying that those exploiting the ocean have to prove that what they're doing or what they want to do is safe, as opposed to those who want to protect the ocean having to prove that it is feasible. And that's a major, it would be a major shift. I call it reverse listing, like protection is the rule, and rather than being the exception. And that paper is available, I don't know if they're still in the room, but the people from the Prince Albert of Monaco Foundation are here at this meeting, and they have very kindly hosted this paper during the Monaco Ocean Week, and it's still available on their website. Thank you.
Thank you, Remy. Do you have any questions from the audience? Yeah, we have one from here.
Sorry. You mentioned that tourism was largely unregulated. What would be your priorities for better regulation of tourism? And would those priorities be met under the current Madrid Protocol in its current form? Or does it need changes, maybe? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think definitely the protocol covers everything you need to regulate tourism more effectively today. I think the main source of the issue with tourism is that it is expanding very rapidly, and it's largely self-regulated by the industry. They coordinate amongst themselves so that too many people don't land at one site in a single day, for example. But the ATCM has very few rules for limiting capacity outside of that. So we're dependent on the goodwill of industry, which works now to an extent. But in the future, there's nothing requiring new ships that might want to go to Antarctica from joining with the rest of industry and following those rules. And I think if you're going on a precautionary approach, you want to have the ATCM setting the agenda, because these are the countries that govern the space. They should be setting the agenda and setting the rules for how tourism grows, if it is to grow significantly. And I think another important part of the protocol that's maybe underutilized is, like I mentioned, the protected areas system. As we do with MPAs, we set aside areas of the ocean where there's less human activity. We should probably set aside more areas in the peninsula where most tourists go that are not visited by tourists, and honestly, not even visited by scientists. These can become reference areas in the future, and that's part of the protocol too, to have inviolate areas that you create. And nobody goes there. So at some point later on, you can look at these areas and compare them to places where people have gone and get really interesting data about what's been happening. So I think we need more of that. I think the ATCM and the CEP need to look at the whole peninsula as a whole, and look at where activities are concentrated, whether that's tourism, whether that's science, whether that's maybe even other activities such as fishing, and figure out, how can we set aside a representative set of areas to protect the biodiversity that's there. And then the ATCM itself needs to look at, what do they feel is the capacity limit for tourists in Antarctica. I know that's a difficult conversation, setting a limit, but many national parks around the world have found ways to manage capacity and in an effective way. So yes, I think the protocol and the ATCM have all the authority that they need to make sure that if tourists are going to the Antarctic, that they are not creating too many impacts on the environment. And of course, everybody who goes to Antarctica has an impact. I mean, we have to be honest about that. So yes, I think there's a lot that the ATCM and the protocol have to offer in that regard. But there's no ban on certain things. The ATCM may need to decide that they want to ban certain activities, certain tourist activities that they believe are not compatible. Without them making those decisions, there's really nothing to stop bad actors or people who don't share the principles of environmental protection from damaging the Antarctic environment. So.
Thank you. It's okay. Just a reminder from the Paris Declaration, there's a specific item, number 13, which states that there's a commitment to regulate tourism and non-governmental activities in an effective manner, including addressing challenges from regulatory compliance, potential growth, and diversification of such activities, and associated environmental impacts, bear in mind the provisions of the treaty and the protocol. And regarding the work that is performed by the ATCM, at the Secretariat, we prepare heat maps of the most visited sites to monitor, to help operators and managers and parties to have more information where the cumulative impacts are produced. And you can see that at the maps section of the Secretariat. Thank you. Does anybody have any other question? Yeah, we have one there. We have 3 minutes more.
Hello, I'm talking on behalf of Greenpeace. Thank you for your beautiful and encouraging talks. I'm more interested because it's been something that we have. Teresa Rivera asked John Kerry this morning how he sees the future of the oceans. And while we were talking on, sometimes the science is used as an excuse, as you say, for not moving forward. Plus now we are in the COVID times, that is also a new excuse, no? that has stopped all agreements around the world. What are your thoughts, Remy Asok, about how we can step forward to protect the whole oceans, taking into consideration that when you need consensus, as in Camelot, it seems that it's moving slowly, how we face the other, how the Antarctica, of course, is connected with other global oceans. It is a tricky question, you don't need to reply, but I think your experience is quite useful for.
So you start?
Oh, well, thank you. Great. That's not an easy question to answer, obviously. I think if we can draw any lessons from the protocol, we had a sustained pressure and sustained public pressure on many of these countries. They have to be convinced to make it a priority because we have some very stubborn opposition. Like you mentioned, it's hard to get to consensus, even though most of the countries in the Antarctic Treaty System support, I would say, many of the things that we in the environmental community are proposing. Maybe not the exact same things, but largely I think we agree. But they're being blocked. So I think that the countries in the Antarctic Treaty System or any other group of countries that's trying to do something major for the oceans needs to really focus all of their efforts on the countries that are holding up progress and figure out what they can do to get them to yes. And that isn't very fun. Dealing with that kind of stubborn opposition is really frustrating. And those countries often like to play diplomatic games that are incredibly difficult to deal with. Because they're not science-based, they're not based on any kind of facts. So, but what is the alternative? That we just give up because it's hard? That's a terrible idea. This is the fate of the planet we're talking about. So I think our leaders need to keep that in mind, that this isn't a diplomatic game. This isn't just an irritating problem that will go away if we ignore it, and really invest all of their political resources that they can in figuring out how do we get everybody to be working together for the same goal. And I'll stop there because I'm going to let Remy, who has more experience, answer.
Well,
you have 1 minute.
Yes, 1 minute. My experience is from a time when Greenpeace and the world were very different. So. But I would like, to do two suggestions, given that you ask. First, remember what I said about this obscure acronym, CAMLA. I think you should do away with it. And if you don't like Antarctic Life Summit, find another one, but find something sexy. All right? And second thing. I alluded, like Teresa Ribera did, to the ongoing push for deep seabed mining in all the ocean. If nothing is done, if there is no moratorium, as has been called by the IUCN just a month ago, with the vote of Spain amongst other countries, if there is no moratorium, seabed mining is going to start within 2 years. And 30 years ago, frankly, we would have been up in arms totally to take action to create a moratorium. And there is I'm not hearing it at the moment. I'm not hearing the clamor to stop seabed mining before it is too late. So that would be my second advice. Thank you for asking the question.
And thank you very much for your views on this. Cesar, you want to say something?
Yes, very shortly. I just wanted to take what Claire mentioned in her intervention about when she went through the records of the discussions in back in the time. I think that's a really good message. Like at that time, it was impossible to even imagine that something will be accomplished in that terms. I think here is the same. As I said, the science is there. For many years, like it was used. It's not enough science to protect the areas. I think we, as the Cameler science community, we have been able to turn that a little bit for the creel discussions now, that we can be able to agree on a short, mid, and long-term plan in terms of, we know there are gaps on some of the things, and we need to still take decisions. I think now we need to move in that direction with MPAs, and it's just a matter of decision makers to be willing to take that decision.
Well, thank you very much for providing your views to the audience. It was a great panel. I think we are handing over the floor back to Kiko. 1 minute late, but please, Kiko. Yeah, can we introduce the next panel?
That was a good interactive.
Yeah.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias a Albert Lluveras y a todos los panelistas de esta segunda
Thank you very much to Albert Lluveras and all our panelists. It's been an interesting session. I encourage you to ask questions. We've had some ice-breaking contributions, but all of this is enriching for all of us. We have the following roundtable on technological innovation and research. It will be moderated by Mr. Jacob Granit, General Director of the Swedish Agency for Marine and Water Management. As you know, Spain has given way to Sweden, the presidency of CAMLAR Convention, Convention for the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources. We have panelists who are taking their seats. We will then have Andrés Ayaman Zavala, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Chile, who will have a brief presentation before the round table. I once again encourage you to ask questions.
Mr. Granit, you have the floor.
So, Mr. Granit, you have the floor.
Colleagues, friends, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us in this third panel today on research and technological innovation. And I am, of course, also very grateful to the Prime Minister Teresa Ribeiro and her team at the Ministry for the invitation to moderate this roundtable today with so excellent colleagues. Several of the speakers today have mentioned and talked about the CAMLAR, the Convention on Marine Living Species, during the day. And I have the opportunity on behalf of Sweden to chair that meeting for this year and for 2022. And as you know, by now you know that we meet each year in the convention in October to discuss issues of fishing, marine spatial planning, marine protected areas, and so forth. This year, of course, has been a bit difficult to organize the meeting because of the pandemic, which is something that we are all familiar with, but we are still managing to meet. You also heard from many speakers today that there is a mounting momentum around 3 proposals for new marine protected areas within that region of the Southern Oceans that is under CAMLAR regulation. So this is an area that we are very much looking forward to explore further. Chile is one of the proponents of the marine protected areas, and we are very happy to have Minister Andrés Ayaman with us today by link. And we hope, Minister, that you can hear us and are ready to take the floor. Please, Minister.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias a todos por permitir estos opening remarks de este importante panel. Como todos sabemos, la Antártica es por un principio fundamental del Tratado Antártico, un continente consignado a la paz y a la ciencia. El consenso alcanzado hace 6 décadas a través de la suscripción de uno de los tratados más trascendentes y el ejercicio de prácticas ejemplares de la comunidad internacional protege hoy la más vasta región del planeta bajo criterios de conservación que adquirieron cuerpo con la firma del Protocolo de Madrid. Chile, mi país, se siente muy cercano al protocolo. La discusión detallada del mismo tuvo lugar en Viña del Mar en 1990 como resultado de una recomendación también impulsada por Chile en la reunión consultiva de París del año anterior. Las negociaciones en las que participaron los mejores especialistas de las disciplinas atingentes fue coronada por el acuerdo alcanzado en Madrid. Ya en los años 80, la actividad científica hizo crecer la idea de que el continente antártico desempeñaba un papel importante en el sistema medioambiental planetario, afectando los patrones climáticos, las condiciones atmosféricas y la circulación oceánica. Hoy nadie duda que la Antártica y el Océano Austral tienen un papel fundamental en la regulación de procesos como el clima y la absorción de dióxido de carbono. Más adelante, el conocimiento y el posterior combate al cambio climático tejió la fuerte conexión entre tal fenómeno y los océanos y la Antártica. De hecho, las corrientes circumpolares que aíslan al continente antártico del resto del mundo, a su vez inciden de forma determinante sobre los océanos a nivel general y por lo tanto sobre los patrones climáticos a nivel global. Por ello es que, entre otras razones, se afirma que hoy hablar de cambio climático es hablar de océanos y es hablar de la Antártica. En la misma línea y como un aporte a la investigación mundial, Chile se encuentra hoy comprometido con el proyecto de crear un observatorio global de cambio climático que, aprovechando su casi perfecta ubicación norte-sur, brinda la posibilidad de estudiar el gradiente climático más largo del mundo de 8.000 kilómetros a través de una red de sensores paramétricos que irán desde el glaciar Unión, ubicado a 1.000 kilómetros del Polo Sur, hasta el extremo norte de Chile, en la frontera con Perú. Tal observatorio ofrecerá al mundo en forma completamente abierta para la comunidad científica todos los datos que sean recogidos. La Antártica es considerada hoy uno de los más relevantes laboratorios naturales del planeta y tal concepto de laboratorio natural debe ser preservado y proyectado. Y por cierto, es imposible señalar las orientaciones de la amplia investigación científica.
Guidelines related to scientific research are essential for the white continent. We can highlight four important lines of action. Number one has to do with cryosphere and the magnitude of the mass imbalances. This has to do with the sea levels that have been rising, and this is essential for coastal communities. The second line has to do with oceans and oceans acidification. CO2 is increasing the solubility in oceans, decreasing and reducing pH, and this could have significant impacts on the organisms that live in the oceans. Third, we have the speed of ocean currents, the capacity that they have of transporting nutrients. And this, of course, has to do also with the capture of CO2. And this is something that has been revealed by several studies. Last, microplastics pollution. This is proof that Antarctica is not a closed system. The recent observation of the presence of microplastics in penguins, communities, and in other areas, among others, Isla Margarita. We also have different studies with regard to diversity, species. Penguins did not have their origin in Antarctica. They have their origin, has been demonstrated in Australia and New Zealand. So the connection of Antarctica with the rest of the planet is very close. And as been said before, having a network of MPAs, one of the most significant environmental objectives that lie ahead, should be supported by the whole of the scientific community. Scientific international cooperation is key so that we can study any changes occurring in the Antarctica. This common space of research, this environmental protocol, opens the possibility of studying the continent without damaging it. Different panels that have been taken place today, and this one specifically on research and technological innovation, give rise to this important matter.
Thank you so much, Minister, for your very rich presentation of the challenges and scientific opportunities that you clearly see, and for your leadership in terms of working on the MPA, Marine Protected Areas issues. Thank you so much. And the topic of this panel is on that, on marine protected areas, but is also broader on science and innovation that demonstrates many new opportunities for us in these days. And to explore that, we have a great panel with us today. We have Professor Lopez, who is a professor of geodynamics at the Autonomous University here in Madrid. He's also honorary member and former chair of the SCAR, the Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research. Welcome. We also have at the panel Dr. Anna Cabré. She is a climate physicist with a PhD in cosmology, and she has traveled to Antarctica not long ago to document climate change issues as part of the Homeward Bound program. We will learn more about that. Also in our panel, we have Dr. Samuel Buisson-Sanz, who is the coordinator of the Antarctic group of Spain's State Meteorological Agency, with a lot of experience in observation. And also in the panel, we have Ms. Birgit Nørstad, who leads the Antarctic program at the Norwegian Polar Institute and chairs the Antarctic Environmental Protection Committee, which is the scope of today's celebrations. So thank you all for being here with us today. Let's see if we can put on a slide, maybe the first slide, if the colleagues in the room can put that on the screen. We have some beautiful images. Maybe they can help us. If not, we will do without it. So see if the colleagues in the room can help us to get the slides there. But what we wanted to show was a slide of the Antarctic region, and we wanted to show it in its wholeness, in its beauty, as a heart. There we go, as a heart of the oceans. Let's see if we can get the next one. I can see it on my screen, but I can't see it there. Let's see if colleagues can help us. We have some beautiful slides to show you, but they seem to be stuck. Well, anyhow, the 43rd consultative meeting of the Antarctic Treaty in June 2021, it recalled something very important. It recalled the commitment to the comprehensive protection of the Antarctic environment and dependent and associated ecosystem. And it also reinstated the designation of Antarctica as a natural reserve devoted to peace and science. And we have heard about that today, and it's important to keep that in mind, that it's a progression of governance. With the signature of the Antarctic Treaty in 1959, it also became the first declared nuclear weapon-free zone in the world. And there are many Antarctic specially protected areas, Antarctic specially managed areas, historic sites, and monuments that are also protected, that are designated under the Madrid Protocol along the coastline of Antarctica. And what I wanted to show you on the map here is that how they interlink, because these protected areas, they are along the coastline of the Antarctic continent. Also on those maps, you have to visualize yourself now. We have then, in addition, well, here it comes. Let's see. That's the, I think it's the last slide, so we have to go to the first slide. It's a problem with graphics sometimes, but while I speak, while you visualize this in your mind, we have along the coastline, we have all these protected areas under the Madrid Protocol, and then we have also fisheries statistical zones that have been developed under CAMLR. So the whole zone south of the 60th degree is managed in some degree. And then with the different marine protected areas, 2 that you have heard about now, that are already demarcated, and then 3 additional ones, we are beginning to get a comprehensive whole of governance and management of the Antarctic region. So one of the key messages here is that we need to really preserve, let's see now, maybe we are getting to the first one, preserve the we have to preserve our governance system. That's the point. We have to maintain it. It's there, it's been functioning, and now I can show you very fast. Here you can see the Antarctic system without these governance areas on it. Next slide, show you the statistical zones of where fishing is managed, and you can also see the blue and red zones where you have protected areas, and the big blue Ross Sea, and then the last slide here shows you the new areas. So it is a whole, and it's comprehensive. And the key message here is that we need to nurture that and develop that as we move forward. So with that brief introduction, I would like to invite the panel and begin with Professor Lopez. And the question to you is, would you agree that the current governance and management regime is worth protecting as a whole, as much as the environment itself? And what would you suggest to decision makers to reinforce and safeguard it? Please.
Buenas tardes, good afternoon, and thank you, Jacob. Thank you very much also to the organizers of this event for the initiative for inviting the Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research, SCAR, which I represent on behalf of its president, Dr. Jia-Dong Kim, who regrets not being able to travel from the Republic of Korea due to the pandemic. The answer to your question, Jacob, is yes. I agree that it is worth to defending and reinforcing the multinational system of the Antarctic Treaty, as well as the environmental protection based on the Madrid Protocol. I think it is an extraordinary success that this system has been in place for just over 60 years. The signing of the Madrid Protocol 30 years ago was an important reinforcement of the Antarctic Treaty regime. In addition to other aspects after the protocol, mineral exploitation was renounced and environmental protection became a preferential focus in Antarctica. There is no doubt that the Environmental Protocol and the Committee for Environmental Protection had been solidly established and had gained undisputed weight in the Antarctic Treaty system. The work carried out by the Committee for Environmental Protection and by the countries that make it up has been extraordinary. Since its first meeting, held in the Norwegian city of Tromsø in 1998, when the protocol came into force, in which I was certainly lucky to participate, as does our colleague here, Birgit Nyakstad. For SCAR, a thematic organization of the... I have a slide also, it's not it?
See if we are better luck with yours.
SCAR is a thematic organization of the International Science Council, ISC, which has existed since 1958 and is today made up of 45 member countries and 9 international scientific unions of the International Science Council. The Madrid Protocol has meant a considerable increase in the role of scientific advice to the ATCMs assigned to SCAR, a mission that encompasses all scientific fields, but in which the environmental issues had gained an important presence there. Since the start, SCAR adopted the principle that good management could only be based on good science. This connects with the other aspects of which SCAR is chaired: initiating, developing, and coordinating high-quality international scientific research in the Antarctic region, including the Southern Ocean, and on the role of the Antarctic region in the Earth system. The three organizations that have observers' status in the Antarctic Treaty consultative meetings, CAMLAR, COMNAP, and SCAR, have specific functions. Improving their respective capabilities and the quality of their outputs will help strengthen the Antarctic Treaty system, also with the contribution of other expert organizations. As regards SCAR, among many other initiatives, we can mention that SCAR has initiated 3 new scientific research programs, oriented respectively to study ice sheet instabilities and sea level rise, short-term variability in climate, and integrated science to inform Antarctic and Southern Ocean conservation. The 3 programs have focused on key issues for Antarctica and for the rest of the world, but particularly the last one mentioned program, it is expected that in the coming years will produce results that can contribute significantly to the advice that SCAR provides to the Antarctic Treaty System. Another aspect that could contribute to strengthening the system will be to increase collaboration between the different organizations involved in the system. Links and fruitful cooperation already exist, as evidenced, for example, by the numerous working and information papers that the SCAR submit every year to the Committee on Environmental Protection. Also, SCAR CONNAP and SCAR Scientific Committee of CAMLAR contacts and collaboration exist. But I think that an increase of the cooperation between the mentioned scientific bodies will be positive for the system. Develop links of Antarctic research and conservation with global organizations, initiatives and policies contribute to position Antarctica in the global scene and could strengthen the system. SCAR maintains relationships with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and facilitate inputs and contributing to the reports of the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change and the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, among other international organizations. I will also like to highlight the following points. Promote the policy decisions founded on the best scientific evidence available. Bear in mind the key role of Antarctica in the Earth system and that many processes that occur there have global consequences. Remember that the impacts in the Antarctic environment do not originate exclusively within its geographical scope, but also in very remote regions. Defend the value of multilateralism in the governance of Antarctica and reinforce it wherever possible. In my opinion, promote capacity building and support to early career researchers in international initiatives, as SCAR does. It contributes to making a broader and more diverse community feel involved, informed about the processes, which facilitates their support and contributes to reinforcing the system. And finally, I would suggest increase expanding to society in general the values that Antarctica and the Antarctic Treaty System represents as a symbol of peace, international cooperation, presence of science, and environmental conservation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor, for increasing our knowledge about the institutional networks here. You explain how the scientific organizations feed and work and feed into the policy decisions. So with your long experience, it's very, very valuable to get that better understanding. We will come back to your points, your clear points at the later stage in the wrap-up. So, next colleague on the line is Anna Cabre. And also you, would you like to expand based on your experience on the role of science and innovation for the global community? And because you are doing a lot of outreach and awareness raising, as far as I understand. So please, Anna.
Thanks for inviting me here. Yeah, I'm a scientist, a climate scientist, an oceanographer, but lately I've been trying to reach people, so I'm here more to say, why should people care about Antarctica? Or why should Antarctica matter to everyone? So I was thinking about 30 years ago, when the protocol was signed, I was a 10-year-old girl, and back then Antarctica was this continent very far south, flat, because all the maps were flat, and sometimes covered by flags. I didn't know about Antarctica personally. And I didn't learn about the Southern Ocean until I studied it, until I went into academics and I did it. And I didn't know about Antarctic Treaty until not very far away. So 2 years ago, I had the opportunity to go there with 100 other women scientists to raise awareness on the need for gender equality to have a sustainable planet. So this is another topic. But Antarctica has traditionally been reserved for men, and it was a really nice experience to collaborate with so many women there. And for me, finally see the ice and the ocean that I was always studying on my computer. And Antarctica made me feel as if I was on another planet, as if I could see the Earth from outside. It's the most similar to being outside, I think. And I think personally, because I've been lucky to go to Antarctica and touched it, I feel it's my responsibility to keep advocating for this protection, so that's why I'm here. And there I gathered the energy to start doing that, which I did a book for children, I filmed a documentary, I'm very passionate about it. I think it's a very nice place to talk about the opportunity. It gives us the opportunity to talk about climate, as a lot of people have said, oceans, biodiversity, also the long-term future ahead, and even the obstacles that we face as a society, for example, gender equality. And it also serves as an example for collaborative and international science and management. So with the backdrop of Antarctica, we can talk about building a healthy environment for future generations to thrive. That's how I always explain Antarctica. So in the last 30 years, the research has advanced a lot. Satellites have been on the Earth for much longer now, 50 years. There are robots exploring the ocean that is very inhospitable. And so scientists, luckily, are communicating it a lot more. Also artists, activists, journalists. And I think this is very, very good, because we are moving society, which is one part that is needed. And when we're changing the narrative from an Antarctica that is very remote and isolated to one that is more, no, Antarctica is actually the heart of the Earth's climate system, as a lot of people have been saying here. It's a fridge, because it's white, it's really a fridge that it's cooling the Earth. It's, and this ice keeps the story of what happened before us, before humans, inside bubbles, air bubbles. It has a lot of value. And then there is the ocean. The ocean there is one ocean. It's one ocean, and it's all connected in the Southern Ocean. It's where all the deep currents are formed. These deep currents that really, really deep, that then distribute nutrients everywhere. That's the Minister of Chile was saying that. And that's how we're connected to Antarctica and the heat. But of course, Antarctica is fragile, it's vulnerable, and we cannot separate anymore Antarctica from climate change. I think it's the mother of all the threats we have now. And Antarctica is protected by winds, but even with that, we see melting glaciers, we see soaring temperatures, we see the penguins that are moving to the south. We start to see green in Antarctica, and it's the ocean that keeps absorbing heat and carbon. It's saving us, no? Then we have overfishing, etc. It's not only that Antarctica is not immune to our actions, is that we are not immune to what happens there because the glaciers are melting, because the ice is there, and someone said before, it's the biggest reserve of sea level rise. Then we have that we're putting freshwater input, we're putting heat, and all of that is slowing down the ocean. That changes climate everywhere. We also have these atmospheric teleconnections that are much quicker and are. What happens in Antarctica matters to what happens in the tropics. And I think that's how we connect to people. So knowing that we're the cause of all the threats Antarctica is facing, of course, I mean, it's clear now. And so protecting, it's our responsibility, that's number one. And then when we protect the Antarctic region, the system builds up the resiliency, or at least a little bit of resiliency, that is needed for facing the changes that are coming ahead and that have come already. We need the whales, we need the orcas, we need krill, we need the mountains that are buried under the ice to be there, untouched. And then the other thing is that Antarctica is ice mostly and water. And ice and water are the two systems with more inertia. That means we can stop the heating in the atmosphere relatively quickly if we do something, if we mitigate. But Antarctica is going to change for centuries to come. It's because it's ice and water. And so I want Antarctica to make us think very far away in the future, our children, the children of our children, and way more, centuries. So to protect it, thinking with very robust agreements, no, as the Antarctica Treaty is. I'd never have it for granted. So we protect it because we depend on it, because it's not isolated from us anymore, never was, and we need this planet for our survival. And we protect it for life there, of course, and with that we're also protecting the good quality of international and collaborative science, as we've been saying, that serves as a model for other places where science is not so collaborative, which is the sad truth. And for multidisciplinary collaboration with engineers, scientists, diplomats, art, management, everything. I think we also protect it because there are things that we have not discovered yet. Like that's like the part that's like motivating. We protect it for peace, and we protected the silence, as Monica said before, that she also went to Antarctica with me. So we don't want to introduce more noise than necessary. We just stop the noise there so that the system can recover. That's it.
Thank you so much. Anna, I think it's wonderful listening to you because you speak about the heart and the fridge and the pump, and you make it very, very visual, at least for me. And the importance of protection, not only because of the sake of it, because we depend on it. The Earth system depends on it. So that's also why we protect. So thank you so much for your contribution at this stage. And we move on in the panel with our excellent speakers, and invite Brigitte Nordstad. As you know, she's chair of the Environmental Protection Committee. So now we have heard a number of views from our colleagues from Spain that have been working across the borders. And please, from your perspective on that, add to that building of knowledge now we are working on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jakob. And first of all, I have to say that as the current chair of the Committee for Environmental Protection, it really is an honor to be here today in Madrid to celebrate the Madrid Protocol and its achievements over the last 30 years. It is with the hat of the committee I'm going to speak today, and the committee, of course, is enthused about the topic of science and knowledge, as science and knowledge really runs through the protocol as a red thread throughout. And I think this is important to keep in mind today as we are celebrating the protocol and the protection that it aims to achieve. So just to repeat a couple of things that we have heard several speakers talk about earlier today. The protocol, when it was signed 30 years ago here in Madrid, on this date, the parties to the Antarctic Treaty committed themselves to comprehensive protection of not not only the Antarctic environment, but also the dependent and associated ecosystems. Now, this in itself just screams out knowledge. We need to understand the system. We need to understand the processes that regulate the system. We need to understand the interactions between the systems. And really, it calls for scientific knowledge. And this knowledge will also be used, of course, to do the right actions for protection across the spheres that we are talking about here. Secondly, a key principle of the Madrid Protocol is that no activity that takes place in Antarctica should harm the Antarctic environment. And the protocol states that to this end, activities should be planned and conducted on the basis of informed judgment about their possible impacts. Now, informed in this context, of course, translates to knowledge and to scientific research. It's a core, it's a principle of the protocol, and it really calls for science and knowledge. And thirdly, the protocol also stipulates regular and effective monitoring to facilitate early detection of the possible unforeseen effects of activities both inside Antarctica, but also outside the Antarctic Treaty Area. And there, of course, you suddenly have the full shebang, if I can use that word, on climate change, human-caused climate change, but also long-range transport of pollutants and so on. And it calls for knowledge and observation data for us to follow this. And all this is basics for the committee and the parties to implement the protocol. So clearly, research, science, and knowledge building, and with that also innovation in research, are not only building blocks for the environmental protocol, but really the full foundation, I would say. To achieve our protection objectives, we need to know how do human activities in Antarctica interact with the environment? Can the interactions be managed? And if so, what is changing in the Antarctic environment, or is it likely to change? And how fast and by how much? How should we respond to these changes? Are there species or areas that are more vulnerable, which need more specific attention? How do the external pressures, such as climate change, need to be considered in all this? All these questions need to be answered, or attempted to be answered, to give parties the ability to make informed judgments about the impacts of activities inside and outside Antarctica. And this is not going to be any easier, as we have a growing amount of activities and new types of activities taking place in Antarctica with a constantly changing environment around us. I'd like to, and I'm probably already running out of time, but I'd still want to make comments on three comments on science in the context of the Madrid Protocol. And all three, I think, can be looked at as both challenges and opportunities as we move into the next 30 years of science supporting the protocol objectives. So my first comment would be, we obviously need an active science community engaged and enthused about Antarctic science and research. And we already heard about this community from Jerónimo over here, and I can only welcome all that engagement with my whole heart. However, no doubt research in Antarctica is costly and logistically complicated, and to ensure the most bang for the bucks, to use that term, also in the future, we need to continue to call for and support coordinated initiatives through SCAR and other international science organizations, and building synergies between projects and programs, so that the total knowledge built through the individual initiatives add pieces to the same puzzle, and thus provides us with the required basis for making informed management decisions in the long run. And this is maybe particularly important for the monitoring and observation call that the protocol has. My second comment would be that we need to work, and I'm going to borrow the slogan from the UN Ocean Decade now. So we need to work in a dedicated manner to get the science we need for the protection we want. There is doubtlessly a huge amount of existing research being undertaken in Antarctica. However, not all of it is easily translated into management use. So we need to continue and strengthen the dialogue between the managers and policymakers on the one side and the scientific community on the other side, ensuring a good link between the science that is produced and the knowledge needed for protocol implementation needs. And that said, of course, we do have a lot of good examples of good scientific efforts that directly feeds into the Antarctic management needs. And I think just to pick up on one that Geronimo mentioned, the recently established Ant-ICON program in SCAR, which is dedicated to answer fundamental science questions relating to the conservation and management of Antarctica, is one great example of a program that is shaped to answer to the needs of the protocol. My third comment, and then I'm starting to get to the end. My third comment is really just to note that that which we all know, of course, that Antarctica is huge, immense, and due to the vastness and the logistical challenges of the continent, we have large information gaps. And then we can, of course, then ask, how can we protect the Antarctic environment comprehensively with such knowledge gaps at hand? So we really need to look at how technological innovations can advance, facilitate, and transform Antarctic research so that we can increase the geographic and comprehensive extent of our knowledge. This will also, of course, have the positive side of maybe less footprint from research in Antarctica, which would also underpin the protocol. So I'm sure we can come back to examples during the discussions. So I'll just wrap up here with 2 concluding remarks. One, there is a lot of wonderful science being done in Antarctica, but we cannot let this stop us from exploring manners to even more efficiently and coordinated produce and communicate knowledge that supports the parties in making informed judgments supporting the implementation of the Madrid Protocol. And while we should strive to increase our knowledge continuously, we must not let the need for further knowledge be an obstacle to making informed management and policy decisions on the basis of the knowledge that we do have. Management is dynamic, not static, and we can always make informed judgments on the basis of the information we have. So I think I'll stop there, Jakob. Probably ran out of time, but hopefully some useful perspectives from me as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Birgit. And you stressed the whole topic of the continuum of good, appropriate, basic science, I assume, research to knowledge, and knowledge to management. And that it's a continuum that we need to keep track of. And also, you talk about gaps that still need for more, but collaboration is key here. So that we do collaborate because it is a region which is difficult to reach at, and it's also a very hard area to do research in. So thank you so much for adding that to our framework discussion here. So in roundtable 1, we talked about climate, and now we have an expert here on science and monitoring, Samuel Buson-Sanz from the Spain's Meteorological Agency. So the question to you is that if we have talked a lot about policy here, but in the context of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and Biological Diversity, we hear more and more about the climate, ocean, biodiversity, and today also society nexus. So breaking these silos is something that we have talked a lot about. And do you have any tips and views on that from your perspective, please?
Okay. Thanks, Jakob. It's possible to project my slide. Yeah. Okay. It's an honor to be here and to represent the Spanish National Meteorological Service. About your question, research and innovation are very important to obtain global information about this complex polar ecosystem. This ecosystem presents many interrelationships that need to be addressed in an interdisciplinary way. For example, years ago, it was thought that the melting of the polar ice caps was mainly due to rising atmospheric temperatures. However, today we know that on some areas, the main factor is the intrusion of warm water from the ocean below. But changes at the oceanic level are also produced by changes in temperatures and atmospheric circulation in other areas of the southern oceans. In the end, we have a system in which both mechanisms interact and feedback. Finally, these changes produce a loss of ice that affects the Antarctic ecosystem, producing losses on some species, but also opportunities for others. This is just an example that shows that we need an approach from a more global point of view, and that we need, in some way, to break some silos, promoting a better communication and collaboration on this matter, but at all levels. Another good example of collaboration could be to share historical data series from different disciplines, because it's very important, because it allows us to observe all these interrelations in the long term. But it's clear that to obtain all this data, more robust technologies to monitor these changes are needed. However, the installation and maintenance of this equipment is still a challenge, and previous testing of this equipment and investment is needed. Something I consider that is very important is, for the scientific community, is to follow international standards on observation. This way, we can ensure the compatibility of the measurements. Based on our experience, and another example of collaboration is the climate data of high quality that from our Spanish Meteorological Service that we provide for the scientific community on Antarctic Peninsula. That is where the Spanish facilities are located. But it is also critical on this support the innovation on models and forecasting during these time-limited scientific campaigns. But not only for the Spanish research community, but also as an example of collaboration for other countries that work on the same area and that sometimes receive support from us. I think that all this kind of collaboration can help to scientists on successful research and a better understanding of the climate, the ocean, and biodiversity nexus. And this will allow to recommend evidence-based actions to policymakers. And just to finish, I think that it would be very important to incorporate on this collaboration to experts with good communication skills that can help to explain to society the importance of the activities on Antarctica and why protection is needed.
Right. Thank you so much. The interdisciplinarity of the topic at hand is clearly what you stress, and also use of tools such as models and forecasting. I think you talked about that before also, that's one way of dealing with the lack of data, the limited amount of data we have, is then we have to use those types of tools.
Yes.
But then building on knowledge from before also, and observations. Excellent. Thank you so much for that. We have some more minutes now for discussion, and I look here at my notes, and I think we are talking about somehow in three areas. We have been touching upon innovation in governance and management as one area we talked about. We also talked about innovation in communication, the need for that to reach out. And also the third area, I think the broad cluster has been something along the line of innovation in knowledge. How do we create more knowledge for such an area that I think somehow it seems like we are just beginning to understand how it works properly. But can I ask back to the panel? So, considering what we have heard here today and these topics, if we start with the first one, innovation in governance, is there, from your perspective here, all of you are expert in. We've talked about how can we improve our governance and management system? What would be the first thing we could do? Professor Lopez, have you any thoughts on that?
Yes. Well, I think the facilities and possibilities are changing very fast, and communications is a key factor. Years ago, it was very difficult to connect and to change the information, but today and in the coming years will be much more possibilities. And these organizations involved in the system have made exercises, individually or joint exercises, to identify how science and how technological needs will evolve in the future. In this way, this exercise that made SCAR about the Explore the Horizon scan to see how science, which question should science in Antarctica reply in the next decades, not immediately, in the next decades. And also it's a very good example of collaboration and explore the needs of innovations. The exercise made jointly between SCAR and CONNAP, the Council of Managers of National Antarctic Programs, to identify which logistical, technological needs will be for these research scientific questions. And things like energy, communications, access to remote places, to maintaining winter records of data. It's a huge field in that way. Even there is an idea of the cost of this for the future, but it's a lot of work already done, and it's a reflection of how the work, combined work between the existing organizations can help on that. It's a collective exploration, I think, in that way.
Any other who would like to respond? Yes, please, Anna.
I was going to say, yeah, we need to involve people and make use of social networks, influencers. I mean, the Ross Sea protected area came to be reality, I think, because there was a huge support among people, no? Like, people are important. It's yeah.
Absolutely, people are important. Do you think that we are we collaborating well as scientists? Are there scopes for improvements?
We're a little bit still.
Still.
But I think I come from cosmology, so I think in climate it's much better. So it's been for a lot of years that we know everything is related. It's still, you do something very specific as a scientist, but there is room for improvement. But we know more than other scientists that we're connected to the society because what we do is directly impacting them. And we know atmospherics, all the sciences have to be together. Another thing is if we do it a lot, but we know it. So.
Do we need an IPCC for Antarctica?
There is the cryosphere IPCC.
The cryosphere IPCC, yes. Birgit, do you have a...
Yeah, maybe a little back to how we better, can we better find better ways of governance, and then sort of in the line of what's being said here. I'm a sort of a happy person in the sense of thinking that we actually have a quite good system. But we can always make the system even better and stronger. And it strikes me that one area that, having listened to the conversation here today, that we could still work quite intensely on, I guess, is the interaction between the various governance bodies that have different charges, but in the same areas. Both on the science level, so not the scientists, maybe even on the scientist level, but certainly in the science bodies for these governance structures. I think there is room for even developing the cooperation further to ensure that we support the same or our separate objectives, but actually interlink quite nicely. And of course, I'm speaking quite clearly about the CAMLAR arena versus the CEP/ATCM arena. There's room for more cooperation and dialogue, I think, in that regard.
And how could that happen? Is there any clear idea? So we conclude that there is scope and for more collaboration in the scientific domains. You all have been working on this. So what is missing, or what could be improved upon? Do you think? Yes, Professor Loeb.
I think in these many countries involved in Antarctic research, SCARS has 45 member countries. There are very different levels. There are very strong countries, and the means, the funding normally go in the national basis, because science is funded by nations. And the aim of international collaboration is there. Everybody wants. But one good way is to put more means in the side of the international organizations. And these organizations are open, are independent, and are open to this I mentioned before, to capacity building of those countries with younger or with a small level, and also of the young researchers. And to have fellowships, to have capacity building activities. I think this is very important to reinforce the system, because these are countries. If they have the information that they feel that are part of the progress, they are going to support international initiatives in the political side, not only because they have the knowledge and the implication in their country. I think to put support in the international, open, independent organization is very positive.
That's a very concrete proposal. I mean, so increasing finance to these existing scientific bodies, because they're international in that sense. Yes, Busan.
There are some, already we have some international organizations, such as the World Meteorological Organization, that through core activities, such as, for example, Global Crossover Watch, they try to promote and to harmonize and to join scientists in the, for example, in the understanding of the changes of the cryosphere. So there are some kind of international organization, in this case, that is close to my field of study, that already are working on that. And the good thing is that they are, I don't know, they are the reference for each country, in this case, in the case of climate and atmosphere, and that they are also being more involved in cryosphere.
So you mean this finance needs also to these organizations outside the actual CAMLAR or governance framework or the Antarctic treaties?
Finance is okay, but also it must be supported by other international organizations.
Yes, yes, very true. Anna, did you have a view on this?
No, that I was going to say this. I mean, there is one way that is fundamental, that science should change the way it operates, but this is a very wide topic, is that at least early career scientists have it very difficult to advance unless they do papers. Like we are rewarded by producing information and knowledge, but not rewarded by interacting with people or by interacting with policy. And I'm not saying all the scientists have to do that, but the moment we reward a little bit more interacting with UN, I mean, like more scientists, more pool of scientists interacting with policy making, more. I would love to receive classes of policy in physics, no? When I studied physics, or we're still not there. That's the problem with science. It's very.
Very focused.
I'm talking about changing science is upside down.
Yes, because Busan, you spoke about interdisciplinarity.
Yeah.
But something we spoke about early in our panel was social science also. Are we doing enough on social science in terms of Antarctica, do you think?
There's never enough science being done. That's a diplomatic answer to that. I know I don't have a good answer. Probably the answer is no, but I know it's also an area that is under being more put forward, if I can put it that way, and has a growing scene and being both incorporated into the more interdisciplinary studies and having a place as one of the shapers, I guess, of the science projects. And I think that's, as it is elsewhere in the world, a very sensible way of thinking, to think across not only the natural sciences, but also to bring the whole system in from the, again, the nature or environment that we're looking at, but also the people in it, involved in it. So that was a bit of a wishy-washy answer, but the answer is no, there's not enough.
Not enough.
But it is increasing and in the right manner.
Because it's interesting, I think, today we have had a lot of policy discussions, and a lot has been informed by natural science, but we talk policy, general policy to that regard. So if we look again upon the topic of then innovation in communication as the second domain, is there something we think you panelists would think we could take as the next steps when it comes to communication? Something concrete?
It should be part of science too. It should be rewarded more among scientists. I'm not saying all the scientists have to communicate, like each person has a personality, but in my case, it's not rewarded. Communication is something that you do in your free hours if you are a science academic. The good news is that this is not so much anymore. Like now there is a communication person in every institute, more or less. So that's changing. It's going in the right direction, I think. Maybe it's still very communication, I tell you how things are instead of asking you what do you want to know. I don't know, but it's every time is more important. But it's still a thing that you do. It's not real science. I don't know.
Because you spoke about influencers. They are not typical scientists, or could be.
It's dangerous.
Any ideas?
Yeah, I think, as I said before, I think it would be very important to incorporate journalists or experts on communication that can help us to communicate well. For example, on my experience, I know that in the Spanish scientific campaigns, very often journalists go to our bases there just to know what the scientists are doing. And in this way, they can learn and they can communicate all of our activities. And this is very important. It is also important to provide good information, not only information, but also good information. I remember, for example, 1 year ago, that there was an extreme record of maximum temperature in Antarctica, and at the end, it was a bad measurement, but it was rejected by the World Meteorological Organization. But in the meantime, it was used, this data in the media in the wrong way. So sometimes we must be sure before publish or distribute data that is quality control. So we have to find the balance between to communicate and to communicate in a good way.
Do you think, maybe Professor Lopez, who you have worked on this for a long time, do you think an organization like SCAR then is communicating in a balanced way enough also?
Probably could be done more, but I think had been very big improvements. Also in the national levels. Each time are more journalists that know about Antarctica. They have been there. They are connected. Even some of them are dedicated to those topics. Some of them are here in the room. I have seen this morning. It's people that maintain media systems to communicate. They have a lot of followers or connections with journals. I think it's in a way of improving this continuously. An organization like SCAR time ago already have included in the staff, in the secretariat, people dedicated to produce newsletters and to spam well-based information. I think it's in an improving way.
It's improving.
That.
Yes, absolutely. Well, we are approaching the end here of this conversation, but we have all heard challenges that ministers have outlined in the morning about the future of protection, the understanding of that. So why don't we go one final message from you for all of us to think about before we wrap up, just like a final message from your experience that you think our ministers should think about as they continue into the afternoon discussion. Who would like to start? Anna? Do you have a final message for us?
Yeah, to me it's what I said, that Antarctica is the system that is going to be modified for longer, probably. And it's very difficult to think in future generations, but like long term, we messed up majorly, and I mean we and people before us. So can we just start fixing it, knowing that it's like we're talking about centuries here. So please, long term and large scale. Like we just have one planet and it's not that big.
Good message. So we messed up pretty badly, but we can fix it and we have to think long term.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I think so. Birgit.
I can add on to that and then pull it a little back to the reason we're here today, of the Madrid Protocol and its 30 years. And the Madrid Protocol really is a good framework to continue to fix the mess or whatever. It is a good platform, and we need to. I think we all, ministers and countries, need to support the work of. Work that happens within the protocol and the science that supports the work within the frame of the protocol. I think we don't need to fix the protocol. The protocol is good, but we need to continue to focus on implementing and using it as our tool into the future for the protection of the Antarctic environment.
Thank you. I think it's very important. So our message is that we have a governance system with a lot of important elements in it, and we need to maintain it and develop it and nurture it. That's your message. And also maybe 60 years is not so long time, considering 30 years for this, 40 years for Kamilar and so forth. We are learning and we are developing our governance systems step by step. But we have a fantastic platform to start off from, in spite of the challenges. Absolutely. Would you like to add?
I think that I said before that what is needed is we have the framework, that is the treaty, but what is needed is a better communication and collaboration on the matter, but at all levels. Society, communication, technicians. So we are involved in the same matter.
Yes. More interdisciplinary work, more collaboration in that regard. Absolutely. And Professor Lopez?
Well, Antarctica is a key piece of the Earth system. It's fragile and needs attention, and conservation of Antarctica is essential. I think this should be communicated to the society, and this opportunity of the 30th anniversary or something like the protocol, that is a huge success, I think. It's a good occasion to remember that. I'm very connected also with your meeting in a few days regarding the marine protected areas. Will be a good message to communicate to the society, advances on that field.
Thank you so much. So I think we are wrapping up our panel, and we have had a very nice discussion on innovation in governance, the need to maintain the systems we have, but also develop them as the multilateral system is changing. We talked about innovation in communication, the interdisciplinarity of this, and also bringing in the best science for that. And we have talked about innovation in knowledge, And I think what we are learning here, as Professor Lopez and all of you have said, is that it is one system. The Antarctica is the heart of the Earth system, and we need to communicate and increase the knowledge about that for everybody, because it concerns everybody, essentially. So with that, I thank you so much for participating in the panel, and we thank, of course, our hosts and organizers for this wonderful opportunity to be here in Madrid and to contribute to this discussion. On behalf of our colleagues, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Good, thanks so much. Besides the pictures, I think we did fairly well. You're not saying anything now.
I wanted to joke about how cold it is, and I forgot.
Thank you, Jacob. Thank you.
Please put the air conditioning down.
Thank you to all panelists. Gracias a todos los participantes en esta tercera mesa. Con la conclusión de esta mesa concluye ya el segmento científico de la jornada. Quiero dar las gracias personalmente a todos los que han pasado por este escenario, a todos los que han aportado, han arrojado luz sobre muchas dudas que teníamos. Quiero dar las gracias a todos los asistentes por estar aquí, por participar además proactivamente en estas mesas y, por supuesto, a los que nos están siguiendo vía streaming a través del canal de YouTube del Ministerio para la Transición Ecológica o a través de Twitter. Son las 3:15, vamos bien de tiempo, lo cual también es una cuestión que habría que celebrar de algún modo. Es la hora de la foto de familia, así que les pido por favor a todos los jefes de delegación que salgan del edificio y en las escaleras principales, junto a la fachada principal, aprovechando que tenemos hoy además un día soleado en Madrid, vamos a hacernos esa foto de familia. I'm going to ask all heads of delegation, please, to go outside the building to the main stairs for the family photo. Okay? Después de esa foto de familia, a las 3:30 continuamos con el diálogo ministerial, que les recuerdo, porque quien se tenga que sentir aludido, que es en la segunda planta, pero todos los asistentes en esta sala podrán seguirlo a través de esta pantalla.
All attendees will be able to follow this
dialogue is in the second floor.
the screen from this room.
Por mi parte, nada más. Darles las gracias. Nos vemos a las 3:30. Sí me gustaría, o no me gustaría irme de aquí sin agradecer personalmente al equipo técnico, realización, sonido, porque me lo han puesto muy fácil. También a las azafatas y azafatos. Uno de ellos ha sido el que me ha puesto los gemelos. Tengo que darle las gracias también, por supuesto. Y por mi parte nada más. Nos vemos en algún otro lugar en el tiempo, algún día. Les voy a pedir un favor, sé que lo van a hacer. Sigan cuidando de nuestra Antártida. Muchas gracias.
Continue taking care of Antarctica. Thank you.